What is up, everyone? How's it going? Happy Tuesday. How's everyone's week been? I think I left my LoRa mesh, probably at work, the little LoRa device I was carrying around, so pick that up tomorrow evening. But how's everyone doing today? What's everyone up to? Let's see. That. God damn it. Hold on. My chat screen isn't loading for some reason. Fixing it. Where? There it is. Now it's launching. What the hell took you so long, Peter? Alright. Now, there we go. Sorry if I missed anyone's chat. Still need to get an outside antenna, only using the stock mini one it came with. Yeah, those mini ones, though, they can get some range. I'm going to have some new Heltechs coming in. I have a feeling that this little Heltech here, for some reason, might have an issue, so I have a couple more coming in. And, yeah, I'm going to try tinkering with that a little bit more. I did find, if you were hanging out in the Discord or everything, in the Radiohead channel, I think I found the perfect repeater for me and many other people. It's only about $100. It's solar powered, so you don't even need to worry about a power supply. And I think it has like a 3200 milliampere battery in there on the NRF chipsets. So if you want to get your little Mesh-tastic LoRa device working, it's in the Radiohead channel. Let me see if I can grab it. Here we go. But, yeah, it has a 3200 milliampere battery. So, if you put that with the NRF, I mean, it was, an 800 milliampere battery had a, thank you for the follow, as true. God damn it. Hold on. That copied the Discord link for some reason. There we go. There you go. That's the repeater I was talking about. So it's this little guy over here, which is from Rack. They make some good chips. So this WizMesh repeater mini, if you get this on the 900 megahertz for US 19, that's a perfect repeater for Mesh-tastic. The only thing I might recommend is replacing that antenna. But you get an IP, I think this is 67 rated. So you get an IP67 rated enclosure, a solar panel, 3200 milliampere battery, the rack chipset, and then you get the basic antenna here. That's like a 2 or 3 decibel antenna, so you can easily swap that out for a much, much larger antenna. Put that somewhere, and yeah. So what I was thinking of doing is maybe picking up a few of these over time and just strap them out into trees and stuff in the middle of nowhere. At my mom's 5 miles from me. Yeah, that might work. And the higher up you go, the better. So, like, if you have access to a roof on your building, please ask for permission before you go and do these kind of things. This is pretty perfect. Because a lot of people are worried about, you know, how am I going to get power to it? So it has a pretty nice setup there. You can even use this as a client node if you really want. But it's basically just a repeater, more or less. They have tons of little devices out there from Rack. I'm going to play with some more of these. This WizMesh Pocket V2 looks really, really nice, to be honest. Although it's kind of up there with the Lily Goatee Echo I was playing with. And, yeah, they got a few different ones out here. This one is extremely durable, and if I had the money... I mean, it's not that I don't have the money, it's just I can't justify $300 for a unit here. So this one works pretty well as well. You get the 900, and it has a solar battery light. The solar, that might work actually too. So it comes with 5.2 ampere hours, so 5200 milliampere hours. And you can get the mini, which is a little bit easier. Either one of these is pretty good, actually, come to think of it. This one, you can put custom solar panels on. This is easier if you're doing a wall or pole, and this is a fixed outdoor setup. So you can easily slap that in. Now, they do have an even more robust version for $300 that has an even more powerful battery. Well, wait, hold on. I think you need to spend another $200 to get the battery installed, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Solar battery panel light. So this is more if you're going to be, like, out in the middle of nowhere, plug that in, make sure it's reliable. And then, this is probably best suited for a lot of people that are just doing general repeating. So, yeah. What do you think of helium mining? I think it's a bunch of bull. I called BS on that a long time ago. I know some people were making money, but it's kind of BS. Should be kind of take mentees or mentor someone who's relative. No, that's what the Discord's for. The Discord and the Matrix server is where a bunch of tech people are together, so we can all learn and grow together. Me personally, I am so busy and all of that. I don't have time to dedicate to just one person. It's unfortunate. I got enough people at work I'm trying to mentor and stuff. Yeah. That only looks good for the LoRa satellite. What, the big-ass solar panel one? This one? Well, this is more like you are installed... This guy right here is more if you are in the middle of nowhere. What is the mesh tab? What do you mean the mesh tab? There's tons of different things. This, it's just a mesh-tastic device that has GPS, GNSS in there, and a battery in there. It's got a little bit of a touchscreen, so you can actually, use this if you want to do the whole thing. Self-contained unit. It's up to you. I mean, there's many different options out there. The other thing I was looking at was... The other one I was looking at was... Hold on. The T-Deck. This looked really interesting, and I could 3D print a case around it. If you want to get it preloaded with the Mesh-tastic firmware, or you can always just do the stock firmware for like $4 less. But this is a self-contained LoRa device. All you would need to do is basically add a battery and a case. That's all you need. It's got... Looks like there's an SD card in there, if I'm not mistaken. It's like a little... You could have your own little LoRa, little mini keyboard and everything going there. I'm curious what the range is on this guy, though. But it's running an ESP32, so make sure you have a decent battery, because compared to the NRF chipsets, they drain pretty fast. So you can also get the T-Deck Plus. Everything is contained in there. It's the T-Deck, as you can see, with the case. Get an external antenna. The external antenna will do you wonders. See? I'll eventually get one of these too. And it can do Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. It's got GPS. It's got a TF card. It's got a microphone? And a speaker? Well, a speaker makes sense. That's interesting. It's got a microphone in it, though. Huh. Well, the reason why I'm saying it's interesting, if anyone's curious, is Mesh-tastic is just oh, it's a decent size. Look at that. It's like a little BlackBerry rim thing. Cool. But the keyboard being in there is kind of interesting. The microphone, I mean, sorry, is kind of interesting, because I'm not sure how you would use the audio over Mesh-tastic unless it's just there if you're gonna do some other kind of thing with it. But this is the T-Echo that I use. They're great. I just swapped out the antenna. Aren't those vulnerable to jamming? If it's a radio signal, anything's vulnerable to jamming. That's all there is to it. You want to jam a 2.4 gigahertz signal? Do you know what a lot of people used to do back in the day before wireless networks were really smart? Your microwave used to disrupt Wi-Fi. I used to mess with I was dating this girl, and her brother and I were friends, and anytime I was like wanting to mess with him in the middle of an Xbox Live game, remember this is OG Xbox over wireless. You know, like he had little wireless adapter and everything like that. We're talking like wireless B, maybe G. I would hit the girlfriend up and then say, "Hey, I'm coming over. Would you mind, getting some popcorn on? I'll be there in 2 minutes." Or something like that. Make her turn the the microwave on, and then suddenly you just hear this scream because he'd lose his connection. Yeah. Look up tiny GPS. It still can interfere with the Ethernet cable, right? No. A wired connection is much, much harder to interfere with. You need a serious amount of interference to even interfere with unshielded twisted pair if it's properly set down. You need to have, heavy machinery kind of noise, like motors, generators. And even then, it may not even do it. It also depends on all the different situations. It's really hard to jam a signal, but it also, if you're using shielded twisted pair and it's properly bonded all the way down, like I have set up in my house, it doesn't matter. I did that because I wanted to play with radios, and I knew eventually I might mess up something with amplification down the road, so, yeah. Wireless 6 extender. I don't like extenders. I just tell people if you're going to need an extender, go get a mesh network. Those work a lot better for many different cases. People have gotten LoRa to be walkie-talkie with voice. Oh, they have? Well, LoRa, but I don't know about Meshtastic. It's not a high bandwidth network, so you're probably using G729 codec compression to be able to compress the voice down to be able to fit over that band, similar to what we used to do in VoIP to get a voice to work at 16 kilobits a second. But even then, that's an awful lot amount of data per second for that. Chat. Let's okay. But yeah, so been tinkering more with all of that stuff. Also, been playing with the Tangara a little bit more, this little open source music player, and I love this thing. The only 2 complaints I've had about it were if I open up my music in a directory, I can't play the entire directory. I can navigate the files. So it's kind of like if I organize my folders, I can't just hit the play on the whole folder. And I don't think I can get playlists working on it, the M3U playlists, but it's open source. So guess what I did? I opened an issue on their Git. So I think they're over on Codeberg, if I'm not mistaken. So I made an account and just opened the issue up with them to say, hey, these are a couple of feature requests that I have for them. Hopefully someone works on it and all that, because I'm not that well versed in, I think this is all written in Lua. So, yeah. Need to try to make a dial-up server with VoIP. That's just... You ever heard of a hat on a hat? Dial-up doesn't really work unless you are on bare copper using touch-tone telephones, basically. How do you buy digital music? Well, like I talked about in my other content, there's Bandcamp. You can often download songs directly off of SoundCloud for a lot of different artists that have their things there. I do that for a lot of DJ mixes for trance and techno and all that stuff. What's the other one? There's HD Music, I think was the other one. There's a few options out there. But ripping CDs, I can tell you're young when you're like ripping CDs kind of tedious. It's not. It's just plugging a disc in and then hit the button, boom, import. People do it with VoIP modules for the dial-in server. That makes no sense to me because you'd still need internet, so it's just kind of a hat on a hat. I'm thinking about getting a DVD drive for this computer because the DVD drive I've used is basically on another older laptop that I just rip the discs from and then drop onto my NAS. It's kind of weird how they make USB-C DVD drives, but then again, I have a USB-C floppy drive, so I probably should get a USB DVD drive. Favorite security keys? Apple lets me have 6. Yubico. I'm a Yubico ambassador. I have links in my bio if you're interested. I keep these nanos in my keyboard, and then I hide them. And then I have, of course, I have all kinds of YubiKeys. This back in, okay. And then these are my 2 security keys I have here. Get that. So this one is a Librem key over here. That is actually for my laptop to check the PGP, anti-tamper, all that kind of stuff. And this is my YubiKey, my 5C. NFC. So it can do NFC and USB-C. I still haven't found anything to replace or be better than a YubiKey, and that's even after trying, don't get me wrong, I love the concept of these. Where the hell did I put them? Oh, here they are. These, the open source Tilitis T-Key. These are a great concept, but the issue is that they don't have full support yet for a lot of things. Well, at least when I last checked them, but they're fully open source. USB for DVD is pointless. USB 2.0 is the best for DVDs. Well, you can't really even saturate a full USB 2.0. The Molvad VPN keys, it's their sister company, Tilitis, yeah. They sent them to me for a review. They're great, don't get me wrong. I think they also have a true random number generator on here, if I'm not mistaken. Now, that would be a good solid use for it. If I could actually generate some solid entropy off of these, that's a good use case for that. Oh yeah, the only other thing about this Tangara that annoys me, in order to turn the screen off, it doesn't like dim after a period of time. You have to actually press the button to lock the screen. But the battery on this lasts like a long time. And I've been loving the fact that it can even drive these headphones over here, which are 250 ohm. And it's just a really great device. Although it is interesting that I have a lot of people that are like, man, $250 is so steep. And I'm sitting here like, you have no idea how expensive audio players are. Hell, I've seen people that recommend and use, what is it? God damn it. Some of the FIO players that are so goddamn expensive. Have you seen some of these FIO players are like $2,000? Yes, there are standalone music players that are $2,000. I can show them to you in 1 second. Put this on a charger. There we go. And it does have a USB-C charger, which is why I'm happy. But IT people like you seem the most trustworthy. Probably because we spend our entire careers trying to protect people's data once we get out of our rebellious teenage years and doing things like getting pizza for free using social engineering. True story. All right. But what was I talking about? Oh yeah, the FIO audio players. When I said those were really expensive. Hey, Mark, how's it going? So, it's going all right. Let me show you this. Okay, so FIO is like kind of seen as the go-to for a lot of these like audio players and everything like that. So, let me see. Accessories. Portable audio. Portable devices. There we go. So you have these devices here. They're basically just an Android. They're basically just like, if you think about it, an Android with no phone that its guts is just for audio playing. Okay? Like, that's basically an Android. You plug it, you turn on Wi-Fi, and it's basically just there for music and everything. Do you know how expensive these guys are? I think they start at $600. This is just one of their models. I mean, yeah, they have a huge battery and everything like that. Found it interesting. 9,200 milliampere hour, and you only get 10 hours of battery life. I can get longer than that with my little Tangara. But yeah. So I'm in some deep stuff in networking, finding people with skills in the cyber life. Nice. So an iPod or a Zune, except with modern hardware, and these have Wi-Fi. And the one thing a lot of people don't understand is a lot of the people that buy audio players purposely buy them so we don't have to be on the internet. And airplane mode isn't enough. I honestly feel a little sad for the generation that came after us millennials, because we were the last generation to actually experience and understand a life where you were not always connected to the internet. Remember when we used to go home, open up AOL Instant Messenger, then chat with our friends about plans about meeting up for a party? Then you would get off the computer and go outside. Now, y'all are connected every single moment of the day. And I honestly think, even as a tech person, it's a little bit unhealthy. And not only that, nobody really owns their own data anymore. And that's a big problem, I think. Because, yeah, it's... A lot of you are just so willing to give away your data for free. And now suddenly, we have Elon Musk taking over the treasury and everything, and trying to get access to basically the data of everyone in the country. And now everyone's suddenly worried about data and everything. I was born in 2000. I remember when I had DSL. I remember having literal dial-up. I remember the moment we had DSL. Because I came home and I yelled, "Mom, get off the internet, get off the phone, because I need to use the internet." And my dad yelled back, "Son, we got DSL. We don't do that shit anymore." Recent graduate in ethical hacking and cybersecurity, and just got my CompTIA certification. What's your opinion on next steps landing a job in cybersecurity? Open a question of yours too. So one thing I think will really help you is over on my YouTube, I have a video specifically dealing with this kind of thing. Do you need college or a boot camp to get into cybersecurity or IT? That covers a lot of the things, certifications, getting a job, and everything. The one lesson, I mean, there's more tips in it, don't get me wrong. But the one main lesson I'm going to tell you is you're going to have to embrace the suck for the next 2 to 3 years. If you don't have any experience yet and all you have are pieces of paper, I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's improbable to jump straight into cybersecurity. You're going to be embracing the suck for the next 2 to 3 years. I went through it. Of course, I didn't go through college or anything like that, but everyone pretty much goes through this, where you're going to be on lowly positions like help desk, entry-level junior system administration, security admin, or that. The honest truth is, if you're trying to go straight into ethical hacking, do you know how hard that is to get into? There's there's plenty of blue team jobs, but red teaming is a very, very hard field to break into. And there's not a lot of companies that hire internal penetration testers and ethical hackers. They're usually hiring firms to do the thing for them. So that's the one thing I'll have to tell you is you need to work on the experience first. That's why I always tell people, home labbing, journal your stuff with like a WordPress blog or something. Get yourself a domain, really put yourself out there, go to networking events and groups, and you're going to find more opportunities through word of mouth than just going on a LinkedIn and everything. Don't think that just because you're in technology that you're not going to deal with humans. The reality is you need to learn the soft skills of how to interface with people. But for the first 2 to 3 years, until you rack up that experience where people can trust you to know that you understand systems and all that, it's going to suck. But I think it works out in the end if you put your nose to the grindstone. So that's my 2 cents on it. Our network engineer makes knives, so I get what you mean. Yeah. I ran an ISP at a data cruise, about 2K, 56K V90 modems. I remember as a kid, we had a shotgun modem. That is such a niche thing. I probably mentioned that because what a shotgun modem was you could actually bond 2 dial-up connections to get double the internet speed. That's right, baby. We went from 56K to 112K. Woo! But yeah. I remember when we had literal multiple phone lines in the house because we wanted to have data and voice at the same time. But then we were in the very weird niche because my dad was a geek too, that we had desktops in the house. And part of the reason we went to DSL was we ended up having several computers. Like I remember rocking an IBM X20 in middle school. Have y'all ever seen that? The IBM X20? Yeah, 14 kilobytes sounds about right, give or take. Yeah, it definitely seems that way. Experience is a killer when no one wants to graduate. Well, here's the reality. You have to think of it this way. This entire field, IT and cybersecurity, was not made by people who went to college. For the most part. For the most part, it was made by people who dropped out of college. So that's the one thing that is kind of annoying is I feel like there's way too much of a push to go to college, get a degree, get in debt, and then come out and you don't have any experience. Because while you're in school, you should have been doing internships. You should have been doing labs. You should have been journaling your entire thing. You should have been doing meetups with user groups and tinkering with a ton of different people. And, it's not what you know, it's who you know. And that's the one detriment a lot of tech people have is a lot of tech people don't put themselves out there and then say it's impossible to get a job. And that's because a lot of the jobs, they're not out there on LinkedIn. The job I got, I mean, it kind of was on LinkedIn, but it was the fact that I actually knew people that happened to be at the company, and then I happen to know a few other people that knew people that worked at the company, not worked at the company, but knew people that worked at the company, so could put a word in. It's a lot more networking than people realize. That's why you should always look up, do you have a local B-sides? Do you have local hacker groups? Like, there's DEF CON groups all over the place. I've been to a couple DEF CON local events. In fact, I think next Thursday I may have to cancel my stream on the 13th because DEF CON local. Yeah. We ran ISDN for some people if we had the CDUD suit space. I had an ISDN at one point in my dad's office. That was interesting. The X20 came out in 2000. Yeah. Sounds about right. I rocked that as a kid. It was great. What does ECC RAM VMs run wait, what? Why does ECC RAM run VMs much smoother? It's error correction code. So it's not that they run it smoother. It's that you have a less likelihood of having your system crash. So what ECC does is it adds an extra bit into your random access memory for parity, with the idea being that it helps prevent flipped bits. So I think, what is it? You only need like 2 or 3 flipped bits to crash your entire machine. So basically, what it will do is it will just have an extra bit for parity to lessen the likelihood that the system will crash. So it's not important in an average everyday system, but in systems that have require high reliability and are going to be in a massive amount of uptime, ECC is a lot better. Because it also, if you have bad memory, that also can write corrupted data to your disk. Bad memory causes a lot of issues. Memory writes, yeah. So it's not a requirement for everyday usage, but it's definitely highly recommended and damn near required on on systems that need to be robust, have a lot of uptime, and not crash. Granted, I was gonna go. Granted, they do slow down the system just ever so slightly, but not in really perceptible ways. And just to get this very clear, because I know some people are going to go to like, oh, well, DDR5 has ECC. Not in the same way as like true ECC. It has some capabilities, but it can't really do it that well. And then there's also like fully buffered DIMMs and all that kind of stuff, and yeah. My last dual CPU board required those. It's interesting that it required it, but yeah. I'm not familiar with those MP3 players over there. Let me see what you got. H2. Hi-Fi. I mean, let's see. It's a decent little guy. And what's the DAC on this? And then you have, what is the Mechen M30? I mean, they're both kind of good for like a basic entry level thing, from what I can see. I'm just looking here. I'd probably lean more towards the Hi-Fi Walker. I don't know, that dial just seems weird to me. That's just me. But, yeah, both of them should be, I think, decent. 300 milliampere hour. Yeah, although I'm still partial to my Tangara, of course, because it's open source. One has 30-hour play, while the other has 10-hour, but it's got USB-C. I mean, it's kind of like a toss-up between the two. Both should be fine if you're trying to listen to music on a budget. To be on, like, ask yourself the honest question. Are you going to be in situations where you're going to need more than 10 hours of play before you can actually get to charge it? That's what you need to ask yourself. Either one of them looks good. This was a Dell EATX board with dual 775 sockets. Bit old. Wouldn't boot without ECC and memory installed. Was it because it was ECC, or was it because of the brand you bought? Because I've seen that situation where my System 76 laptop would not boot unless I had like JDEC spec memory that was like Crucial or Samsung. Crucial and Samsung memory seems to like always just work. I've never had issues with them. Of course, there's a couple other brands that work pretty well, but those are like the two I kind of default to. Although Samsung is more of an OEM, you normally don't just find Samsung memory out in the wild. I recently saw in the Norwegian news that the USA is dismantling the Department of Education. Well, Trump's trying. Here's the reality. A lot of these things don't have a lot of staying power. He's going to cause chaos for a while that you're going to feel the ripples for quite long after. But guess who dismantling the Department of Education actually harms the most? Republican states. Republican states actually take in a lot more federal dollars to support their economy that comes from Democrat states. Before y'all say I'm partisan here, I hate all political parties. They all suck. But, yeah. So, they are talking about dismantling the, Department of Education, which Trump has been talking about. Great. You just screwed a lot of the funding out for a lot of the, states. But then again, they're also, like, not doing anything about anyone with, mental illnesses and, disabilities. You know, including but not limited to ADHD. Did y'all see that shit? See you later, Mark. Tried all 3 supported speeds and multiple brands. Nothing worked. Plugged in the 4 different ECC. Kind of weird. Okay. IBM branded RAM was a good one. Everything is old now. IBM doesn't make shit anymore. Really. Unless you're on the, supercomputer kind of era and things like that. I wish IBM never sold their computer lines. They sold them to Lenovo. Lenovo's at least done a good job with them. I still think that IBM should have never sold them. But, yeah. And for those that don't know, Lenovo and I are mutuals on TikTok. You can go ahead and check it. Yeah, I got my Vinho Verde wine. I like my Portuguese wine. They still make some very limited mil-spec stuff, but most of it's Lenovo now. Yeah. Can you write code? Not a little bit, but most of what I just do is Python and Bash. Nothing too sophisticated or all that. A lot of it's system administration. Although for quite a few snippets, I end up using LLMs and AI to be able to help me with that because it at least makes a good scaffolding, but I don't fully trust AI, so it's still like you have to look at it and understand it, but it's a lot faster for them to at least make the scaffolding that I can then correct than it is for me to write it from scratch. People are afraid of Lenovo because it's Chinese. Yeah, that is hilarious because I said for years, we're going to have a bigger problem with our own people, and here we are, where Elon Musk, an unelected, basically government official billionaire, is accessing all of our data without proper security clearances, and Scuttlebutt has it that one of his 25-year-old, interns has administrator access to the treasury payments or something like that. I was still looking into that when before I started the stream. See you later, Magics. To be honest, as a European, starting to trust Chinese stuff more than American stuff the way it's going. Yeah. I really don't like how similar to Handmaid's Tale some of this shit's becoming. What song is stuck in your head? What, my background music? Where to get or make your own cheap LoRa CCTV? Well, I don't know about CCTV, but LoRa is very cheap on its own. LilyGo is one company that I've recommended. RAK, R-A-K, is another company. You've got plenty of options there from LoRa, especially if you're doing Meshtastic stuff. You can even get like one of these Heltec V3s. This little guy right here. And then you just pair it with a nice little battery. I'm gonna have a couple more of these Helltech V3s to tinker with. He's buffering like mad. Yeah, see you later. So I'll be running DeepSeek 671B locally on HPC. What compute should I order? Okay, so what I'm gonna want you to do is, hold on, let me make sure I get the number right here. We tell them. Okay, yeah. So you're going to need to pick up maybe like an NVIDIA H100 if you want to run the DeepSeek 671 billion parameter model. And while you're at it, you're probably going to need at least an AMD Threadripper and probably about, I don't know, 256, maybe 512, maybe a little bit more memory. You're not going to be able to run a 671B parameter DeepSeek on a consumer machine. To give you perspective, I have a 3070 in here, a 5950X and 64 gigs of RAM, and the 32 billion parameter model of DeepSeek barely runs on this. So think about that for a second. Each node is H100. Oh, so yeah, you'll need that. Hey, it's just Dev. The song, you're a new level of, level type of stupid. All of the animals out of the cage type of stupid. Who made that? There is a YouTube video where someone creates a rig to run the full parameter model. Yeah, I believe it. Even as inexpensive as DeepSeek is to run, resource-wise, it's still expensive to run a full-on model, like other people are talking about. It's from Hamilton. Oh. Crashy day, but I got work tomorrow, so I look forward to it. May I interest you in a 57-inch Samsung monitor? Kind of random. For $2,300. No. But, a coworker of mine is getting rid of a 65-inch 4K TV that is just missing the stand and apparently is just starting to fade at the edges of the screen. So I'm getting that for free, and all I got to do is buy a TV stand for like $50. And that's going to replace my TV upstairs that's starting to flicker. I don't really watch TV too much. It's usually like put on the Roku, watch the TV shows, all that. And watch How It's Made as I go to sleep. Yes, I watch How It's Made. Mount it on the wall. I don't have a place to mount it on the wall where my TV is. How It's Made is like autistic porn. You get to see how things are made. So if you go to like, what is it, HBO Max... They have all the seasons of How It's Made, apparently. How It's Made is underrated. Absolutely. It's totally underrated. I don't think enough people, know about that show. And if they do, you are all my neurospicy buddies. Used to watch it as a kid. Me too. That's why it's like white noise to me that I have to have the TV on. And since I found out HBO Max had How It's Made on, that has become my go-to when I go to sleep. Some company was using an Apple II. Oh, some of those early videos of How It's Made are like old. Like, when did How It's Made come out? Yeah, and they haven't changed the theme song or the title, like, since it first came out. 2001. That's when the show came out. There will be no How It's Made hate in this community. Absolutely not. Hating on How It's Made in this community is akin to racial slander. in this community. Oh, want to know something crazy? I'm crazy. It drives me crazy. Any word on the pocket reform? Nothing yet. I keep pestering Crowd Supply about it. It really annoys me that that Crowd Supply is the bottleneck. Now, I did hear from MNT that they did say the latest batch of devices they had shipped out with the fixed displays, mine is in that. So it's being shipped from their manufacturing, I think, in Germany. Now it has to be received by Crowd Supply, I think, what is it, in Texas? And then it comes to me. So hopefully it will be here this month. Want to know how to get streaming rights for a show accidentally? How do you do that? Are you familiar with PowerShell? Yeah, I'm familiar with it. I use it a little bit at work, but most of the time what I do is I use Windows Subsystem for Linux and do my things in Linux, just because I'm a little bit more comfortable. I was crazy once. You know, I used to be crazy. I still am, but I used to too. What are your thoughts on the Flipper Zero? It's a fun little toy, but, let me make this very clear. There's a reason why I say it's a fun little toy. A lot of people overhype this device as, like, being some kind of, like, nuclear weapon kind of deal. This thing can't do anything more than we could do already. The novelty of a Flipper Zero is it's more in a compact form. We could do all the RFID cloning and reading before. We could do all the NFC stuff in the same way. We could do a lot of sub-gigahertz stuff. We could do the repeating. We could do, the IR blasting. We could, connect card in and make this work with Wi-Fi and then start doing some Wi-Fi deauth and whatever. Don't do that. It is heavily illegal. Don't do that. The nice thing about it is how compact it is, so I can at least demonstrate ideas. Although this one I probably need to update because this is on the very, very old Extreme Boot firmware. Yeah, you can do a lot with the Hack RF. Like, the reality is the Flipper Zero is not doing anything new. It's not novel. It's that it is in a more compact format that makes it easier to do these things. It's a fun toy. It's great for concept work. It's great to, show off, different cybersecurity concepts, techniques, and tactics. But it's not anything, that's going to blow your mind, basically. The voice of how it's made is on TikTok. Wait, what? Disney getting the streaming rights of Sailor Moon by buying Hulu. So are you telling me Sailor Moon is officially a Disney princess? I mean, if Tim Curry, Rocky Horror Picture Show, Frankenfurter is now a Disney princess too. You understand that, right? Let's do the time warp again. That Tim Curry? Also, shout out for PowerShell. PowerShell is just basically a cheap imitation of Bash. It is Walmart version. No. It is the Temu of Bash. The only reason Microsoft came out with it is because everyone was railing against command line and batch. Yes, PowerShell can have more capabilities and everything, but it's really just Temu version of Bash. You can even tell by some of the commands are basically just copying it. His name is Brooks Moore. Huh. Going to TikTok now to follow that. Let's see, hold on. Brooks Moore. Host of How It's Made. Huh. This guy should have more followers than me. Why is this a thing? Why is it like the people that should have the fame aren't famous? He deserves more following. He is our childhood. I hold this guy in regard, in the same regard as Steve from Blue's Clues. They may try to ban the Rocky Horror Picture Show. Of course they are. You want to know the honest truth? My theory with a lot of Republicans that are against the whole LGBTQ thing is they're in the closet and they just don't want to admit it. Here's how I say that. I'm bi. When I was growing up as a teenager, to hide the reality of what I was from myself, I was very homophobic. To be fair, it was the late 90s, 2000s. And this was also when we used to call each other Fs. And art hard and all, you know, like, I'm playing with the words right now, as you can tell. But, like, go look at South Park. The way they talk back then, yeah. And the shirt I had it folded in, I thought it said do no ham. I thought, yeah, that checks out. Take no shit. It's do no harm, but take no shit. What's up, your dad playing? Where are you from? I am from the state of Denial. It's a great place. We have a great river. Denial doesn't just run in Egypt. I'm just saying. Runs straight into this wine glass into my liver. I also bought Kingdom Hearts 3 on Steam. I always forget Kingdom Hearts is on Steam. I've never played Kingdom Hearts. I keep meaning to play Kingdom Hearts. I keep forgetting there's Kingdom Hearts. Welcome to ADHD, where it's out of sight, out of mind, and suddenly, boom, gone. Out of my brain. Can you read TikTok chat? I don't know, Joey. You tell me. Also, it's a great show. Oh, yeah. How it's made? Absolutely. Can a PC do everything that Whale Gadget can do? You talking about, this? All you have to do to get a, PC to do the same things that a flipper does, plug in the different sensors. It'll not be as pretty and compact and sleek as this, don't get me wrong. But you can do everything this can do on your own. You just got to go pick up NFC readers. You can pick those up for like $5-10 on Amazon. You got to pick up, well, readers and writers for all this. Same thing with RFID. And then, of course, you got to get it all coded in, the program, all that, everything. You can do all this on a PC. But like I said, this is just more compact and convenient than the ways we did it before. But you can also do it a lot more interesting than this. Like, you could say, for example, make an amplified antenna that does 125 kilohertz and 13.56 megahertz, and then be able to expand the range of NFC. So no longer is NFC like you have to be this close to it, basically. You can now amplify that so you could actually be a few feet away. We've actually proved this concept at work, where one of the coworkers brought in a Raspberry Pi and swept up 50 people's badges within, like, just by dropping that device, and it just picked up the whole room and pulled in all their badge numbers and everything. And then he could clone them. Needless to say, that proved why we were moving on to NFC encrypted chips. I want to learn Rust, but it is never in my sight. Rust is, I think, worthwhile to learn. I don't do Rust, just because I'm not really a programmer. It's more scripting and stuff in Python and Bash, as I said earlier. But it's a very memory-safe coding language, which is a big reason that I think was that Google said that they've dropped vulnerability reports and bug reports memory leak specifically by 60% over a matter of a few years because they moved more and more to Rust. Of course, there's this big infighting with Linux because not everyone in Linux, the Linux kernel dev, wants to have the kernel written in Rust. It looked like you were reading the other chat, so I wasn't sure. Well, I have YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch at the same time. So what I do is I simulcast so my community can all hang out with me. And then on top of that, Saturday nights, we watch movies in the Discord. We have a movie night. It's 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Saturday evenings. I still got to pick this week's movie. This week's movie, I'm thinking Inglourious Bastards. We'll see. What's up, Rich? Russ's tutorial on their website. I didn't get too far, though. Interesting. Is Mr. Robot a good watch? It is, but the honest truth is, the best season is the first season, because then after that, they start taking too many liberties, and it's not nearly as accurate with a lot of the tech and all that. Now, bear in mind, it is, of course, Hollywood, so they're going to take some liberties and exaggerate and embellish things, but a lot of the things in the first season do hold up. In terms of accuracy for cybersecurity, I give it a B, B+, which is still, just so you know, the highest rating I've ever given any movie on accuracy in terms of cybersecurity. Perhaps second to The Conversation with Gene Hackman, that was 1972 or 1973. It's not a hacker movie per se, but a lot of the concepts of espionage and everything still hold up today. Great movie to watch if you ever want to watch. Do you watch Rick and Morty? Absolutely. Doesn't Google use Kotlin? Google uses a few things. But in the kernel dev space, you're either using C or Rust, from my understanding. Watch Real Genius. Real Genius is a fun watch. We watched that in movie night a few weeks ago. Hold on, seeing chat. Look at the Lawrence. Oh, that's somebody else talking to them. Okay. Thoughts on the kids Elon picked to run the treasury? You know why he picked kids? Because not one of those is old enough to be a professional that actually is qualified to do any of that shit. You want to know why? Because when you're younger than 25, your brain's not fully developed, you're immature, and you aren't really that aware of how the world works and how you're being manipulated. And the honest truth, I feel sorry for those kids because they don't know what they don't know, and they don't know how they're being used as pawns. It's one of those things where, like, God, I hate to pull a Godwin's Law this early out. Yeah, they're being doxxed too. It's one of those things where, just like the funny mustache man had a bunch of kids that really believed it, when they come of age and they wake up and they actually can properly have developed brains thinking into that, they actually realize how bad it was that they did these things and how they were brainwashed and indoctrinated. The sad thing for these kids is they more or less potentially may have ruined the rest of their life. I'm not saying they're going to go to jail or anything. That is a possibility, though. What I'm saying is their name will be too publicly known to be attached to work in any IT or cybersecurity. Because here's the reality. I don't care what side of the political aisle you are in. What Elon is doing and how he's accessing the things is not only unethical, it's illegal. He doesn't have the security clearances to access the information in the ways that he does. And you have 3 different unions right now that are suing the federal government about this stuff to put an injunction on it. Yeah, I don't agree with exactly, Stabby. I don't agree with what Musk is doing by any means, but people are being brutal, these guys. But at the same time, it's like, I understand why people are upset with them and why they're acting the way they are. But at the same time, I'm like, they don't know exactly what they're doing. But I'm not trying to excuse what's going on. You see what I'm saying? It's they're old enough to have known better to research rather than to follow blindly. There's a difference between the president having legal authority to do things and doing things that blatantly violate laws. There's completely different things there, FPG. It's the same thing as any politician that abuses their power. Just because you can doesn't mean you should, and just because you have the power to do, think that you're in the right doesn't mean you are in the right. And judges have been slapping him down left and right for different things. And fraud and abuse isn't really an argument as much as you think it is, because what? Suddenly he's going to snap his finger and say that's fraud and abuse, that's fraud and abuse, that's fraud and abuse? It's not working. Of actual conduct not being lawful? I don't know. Shutting down grants and everything that have already been approved by Congress, and that blatantly is given the power of the purse to Congress, and the federal judges have already slapped him down on that. He's already been slapped down in several times. I don't know, trying to take away birthright citizenship, the 14th Amendment. That's just a start. How about retaliating against FBI agents that were merely just doing their job? They don't really care about your politics. They will investigate anyone suspected of being a crime. Thank you for the follow, Belia Luine. He's trying to overwhelm people in the media at this point, hence the thousands of executive orders. Yeah, that was definitely what was described in Project 2025, which he, said he doesn't know anything about, but then somehow seems to be copying about 2/3 of the first parts of Project 2025 in terms of executive orders. Didn't realize these boomers don't realize. They think that media, let me put it this way. They think in terms of media as these people that actually, they think of media in terms of this thing that can be slow and everything. And the reality is that they don't realize the media isn't just these news agencies. We are the media. We have capabilities of independently contacting and reporting everything ourselves. We have, email alerts for every bill that comes out and all that kind of thing. That's why he's not easily overwhelming, because ironically, the fact that we've become so addicted to our devices in TikTok and has actually caused brain rot to ruin our attention spans is the same thing ruining the ability to overwhelm us, because we like the stimulus. We like the crazy bullshit things coming. Trump took us out of the UN Human Rights Council, then made the deal with El Salvador. I think it's El Salvador. Yeah, the one where he's talking about moving people in El Salvador, even, I think, was, correct me if I'm wrong here, they proposed the offer of housing U.S. inmates, American citizens, that at a cheaper rate than we house our own people in the U.S. in prison. Now, at this time, it hasn't been accepted as an offer, but that was put up on the table, and apparently it's being considered, and that is disturbing. I've decided to start writing articles on everything. He tries to enact every day, too. That's all we can do is keep up with everything, keep a log of it, and report on the things, just as, you know, the First Amendment entitles you to with the free press. I think it was Trump's press secretary who said the 14th Amendment is unconstitutional. Yeah, they believe the 14th Amendment, which has been around for close to 150 years, if I'm not mistaken, is unconstitutional. If it were unconstitutional this whole time, wouldn't it have been challenged in court? Now, the interesting thing is, you know, ironically, with a lot of the things he does, what was it? I think one of my followers brought up an interesting point that I had never considered: the idea of fetal citizenship. How many monitors do you have for chat? Just the one. I have one monitor here that consolidates all of my chat and everything. Let's see. All right, hold on. Okay, 1 second. Where was I? I was looking for something here. Okay, never mind. I got you. Okay, hey, what's up, Yeti? Follow for a while and Dem for life, but all this coverage, the crazy projects that Biden was crazy. Like, don't get me wrong, I didn't care for Biden either, but you have every election, it's basically the choice between a giant douche and a turd sandwich. That's what you get every election. It just so happened to be this time, the turd sandwich was absolutely rancorous diarrhea. Hey, what's up, Hans? How you doing? Thanks for following me on the Twitch side of things. Anything can happen in prison because at that point you're no longer on U.S. soil. That's the worrying thing when it comes to El Salvador. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, that was my bot that said that. I'm spending money. Hey, what's up? Okay, so, your thoughts on Trump Jr. all over Italy news because he hunted an endangered duck without permits in Italy. Hunting endangered species in Italy is also illegal. Does not surprise me. The problem is, and I've dealt with this firsthand with people that are a little bit more wealthy. Don't get me wrong, not all wealthy people are horrible, but I've come across a few that are absolute entitled assholes. That's the honest truth. There's some great ones out there. I've had several that actually helped me along in my path in life and teach me how to be humble and, be charitable and, teach me the philosophy of, like, a man should spend half his life making his money and the other half giving it back. That kind of philosophy. But you have some assholes that want to build wealth and build power just to enrich themselves when they don't understand the reality that you are mere mortal. And when you die, you're going to go out the same way you came in. You ain't going to even be able to take the clothes with you. You know what I mean? We're all going to be in a box 6 feet under, and we'll all be dust in the wind. So the question that you need to ask yourself is, how does one leave the world in a better place than they left, in a better place than when they came in? For a lot of people, they don't care. They think the world was made for them, when the world was made for us. That makes sense? I've been watching military planes flying to and from Gitmo. Oof. That's, you talking about recently? Because I know they've been in and out for a while, but, also got any advice for affordable version of those mesh-tastic things? Trying to get one. They are affordable. So I don't have my most expensive one, which is like $80. To give you an idea, that's my most expensive one. My next unit that I'm going to get as a repeater is even more expensive, and it's $100. And that $100 unit, as I showed off earlier, let me show you, is a repeater, which is a different use case. It's like, this is the expensive one. You could use this as, one yourself. It's a solar-powered one with a 3,200 ampere battery, and an IP67 case. This is meant for outdoors. That's an quote-unquote middle expense, kind of one, because you can get ones that are like $300. $300 is kind of the high end. Now, as far as like what you can do for a really inexpensive one, you can either go with something like these Heltec V3s if you like to DIY things, and I have a 3D printed case for it. It's just a part right now because I was debugging this. These Heltec V3s by themselves, not including antenna or anything, it's about $13. You can buy the entire kit with a battery and everything, no case, for about $30. And then you just either buy the case for a couple more bucks or make your own. The other options are you can get, there's a few different ones from LilyGo. So I have this one. This is my expensive one, or my more expensive one. You just get it with the mesh-tastic firmware or flash it yourself. Make sure it's at 915 megahertz. That's the important thing. And the only difference between this 950 megahertz BME 280 and this regular one is this one can tell you the temperature and the pressure, so you can use it like kind of a weather thing. LilyGo has some really inexpensive ones, sorry. So you can get like the entire LoRa. I know people that use these T-beams over here and all of these different devices. Like, oh, there's a watch? I need to look at that. Ooh, there's an e-ink. Like, they got all these different devices here. The T-Deck. You can, like, buy a battery, and that's a little device. You get, like, a little BlackBerry kind of thing. They come in many different options. Like, they go anywhere from, like, $10 to, like, $50 on average. So, yeah. You got quite a few options out there. Now, I'm just curious what this does. Ooh. Ooh, it's a watch with an ESP32. God damn, that's nice. So, I could walk around with that being my mesh-tastic device. That's nice. I didn't even know that was an option. Well, I know what I'm picking up soon. It's got an ESP32. So it's the same 16 meg flash with 8 megabytes of RAM. Ooh, it's got a haptic driver, so maybe it vibrates when you get a message in. This is nice. So that's a LoRa device. Open back cover, remove the battery, flip the battery, switch to on. How big is the battery in this? I'm really curious now. With an actual, like, micro USB connection there. Nice. Lack of software and other stuff. That's because you have to flash it. I'm gonna have to look at this. But I'm curious. It's got a real-time clock in it. That's nice. So how big is the battery? That's what I'm curious. Ooh, it's got sample code. For reference, they don't say how big the battery is. Or am I just an idiot? Hold on. Oh, I'm a dumbass. It is 470 milliampere hours. I'm curious how long that would last. I kind of want to buy one, though. Because that'd be baller to just walk around with that. But I can't imagine the range is going to be more than a mile. Okay, anyway. There was also this, which was an e-ink device that could do LoRa. They're sold out right now. That'd be interesting to get. This has... how big of a battery? That's a nice little device. Yeah, LilyGo's got some nice little devices you could use for all of this. The fuck is this? A tea glass? Oh, you can get little e-ink screens. Yeah, e-ink, by the way, I love e-ink because it's easy on the eyes. Look at this. Prism display glasses with an ESP32. So it's a smaller ESP32. Huh, interesting. It was interesting that you can just find looking around. But yeah, this e-ink display device here looks kind of cool. But yeah, any of these devices, as you can see, not that expensive. Like, even the LilyGo T-Deck Plus I was looking at. Let's say you get it out the box. Even with an IPEX connect. Okay. So then you can get an external antenna attached. Like, even this. $83. Not that expensive. Also, you got any advice for... oh, yeah, I said that. Probably give Guantanamo a run for its money. Trying to get Network Plus right now. I have horrendous eyesight and can't see the PBQ, can't zoom in. There should be ADA exceptions and stuff like that if you have poor eyesight. Don't quote me on that, but I don't think it would be out the ordinary to request accommodation for that. Don't quote me, but I think, yeah. You plant an oak tree knowing you'll never see full grown. Pretty much. Good way to put it. Stressing out. What are you stressing out about? Upgraded the antenna and case, bigger battery, and now it's awesome. Yeah, like, when you get your LoRa and Meshtastic devices out the box, you're gonna, like, be like, wow, this is awesome. And immediately you're gonna be like, how can I make it better? That's exactly how it works with these things. Like, so I got a better antenna and all of that stuff. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna be doing some content on hosting your own DNS blocking and everything with the Raspberry Pi. And then talking about the upgraded version with the pfSense box. Because my pfSense does IP and DNS blocking of ads. And Meta. I block Meta's networks. No ads from Meta on this network. No tracking from them bastards. How good is the M5 stack card pewter at being one? I got one and they out there and sell a module for it. Let me see what this is. M5 stack card pewter. Let's see. What's this guy? I think I've seen these before. Okay, it's 1400 milliamp battery, IPS LCD. Is this the one you're talking about? What's the CPU in here? Oh, an ESP32 S3. Yeah, it's the same chip that we use in all this other stuff. So you could easily... hold on. I'm just curious how much it would cost. would probably need that unit over here. Let me see. Do they have it by name? No, they do not. We would probably need to go straight for Laura. Okay, the LoRa module, 433 megahertz. We need 915. So you need to find the module that does 915 megahertz to be compatible with it. Hold on, where? That's a good question. Where? Store, modules. I knew I forgot to put something in my DNS net. What'd you forget? Meta? They have an LLM module? Interesting. Wonder how that works. Is it a wireless module? Yeah, I think it'd have to be under the wireless. Is it these modules? I find it interesting they don't have a 915 megahertz module unless I am just blind. Because the closest I could find was this. At least in the United States, we use 915 megahertz for this. Well, was it 900 or 903 to like 923 or something like that? But yeah, it's 915 as we see it. So you would need to get this. Supports LoRa P2P, but you would need to flash it to work with Meshtastic. So let's look if we can find some documentation. Meshtastic M5 card pewter. M5 stack. The card pewter doesn't have a LoRa module itself, but they're planning to add one in the next card pewter iteration. I could be wrong. Oh, there's a new version. Maybe. Card pewter lacks it lacks. It might be an issue to run it. That's what I'm reading. But the weird thing is, you do have the CPU that would be capable of it, but it just seems like they don't have the LoRa module to work with it. Yeah. So you might have to get something else. Website this? That's N5 stack. That I was just looking at their thing. Also the watch does support it. I found that out earlier. Oh, you're talking about the LilyGo watch? Yeah, I knew LilyGo would be supporting it. I just got a tinker. But that was cool. Appreciate all the work you do putting out content to teach. Well, I appreciate it, Jim and Coke. Now, the question that I have to ask you with a name like Jim and Coke. Do we mean like Coke? Or Coke? I'm sorry, I had to. Your opinion on HMD Fusion phone being an easy to repair phone that has partnered with iFixit? I've not heard of this one yet. There's so many different. HMD, aren't they the ones that made the Nokia 3310 as a re-release, if I'm not mistaken? Reject all. Let's see. Okay, it's a smartphone, yada, yada, yada. We get it. It has a screen. We get it. It has cameras. That's not what I care about. GPS, AGPS, GLONASS, BDS, Galileo. It's got some nice position. USB Type-C with only 2.0. That's whack. That's annoying. Definitely dependent on Google. Android 14. Kind of figured that. So it's GSM only, not compatible with Verizon and Verizon MVNOs. That's kind of interesting. So you could probably make it work on Sprint, if I understand that. Security updates, this is what annoys me. Only 3 years of updates. Pixel gives you 5 years, I think, or longer. It's got an IP54 rating, that's nice. I mean, it's alright, but here's what I'm curious about. Can you run Calyx or Graphene on this? So it's apparently modular. You can do little things like that. That's not a new concept. You know, modules and stuff. I think Motorola did that back in the day. But for $300, I mean, it's not too bad. But, where is it? I'm still a fan of the Pixels with Graphene OS. This is my 7A. It'll be good for a couple more years. Fairphone gives 7 years of updates, also repairable. That's what I'm saying, is like, that's what annoys me, is, great, you're right to repair, but part of the way you keep your phone alive is you support the software. Because if you do, okay, great, your hardware is repairable, but if your hardware can't keep up with the software, and the software is eventually what leaves a lot of phones behind, because one day you're like, I'm on an old version of Android, it doesn't support this or that, and that's what makes you contribute to e-waste, because then you start throwing away the device. Whereas with the Pixel 7a, you know, the Fairphones, all that, you can, you know, rock that out for like 5-7 years, depending on, you know, whatever you need. Would this work in Canada, though? The LoRa you talking about? LoRa would. I don't know what the band is up in Canada. It might be 915 megahertz. You might have to check, because LoRa runs at, I think there's 868 megahertz, 433 megahertz, and 915 megahertz, and which band you use depends on which country you're in. Does Fairphone even sell in the US now? I think they sell some devices. Some. But their whole thing is they want to be environmentally friendly, so it kind of defeats the purpose of being environmentally friendly when you have to ship the phone over on an airplane. So, it sucks, but I also see their point of view. But they do need to make phones here in America, at least, or give us the option to use these, because God knows we have a big problem with e-waste with phones. What kind of phone do I use? Pick a phone! So these are the ones I actually use. Not counting my work phone that is also over there. Work phone's just a basic ass iPhone. Yeah. So each phone is for 10 side hoes. Tell you what I don't use anymore. Sys76. Hey, Cheese Bacon, how you doing? Honestly, I was kind of moving away from System 76 hardware myself. Not for any specific reason, just was looking more at Tuxedo computers for my next laptop. They have a laptop that I think fits the bill for what I need, because I wanted to get a AMD CPU and a NVIDIA GPU. So, Tuxedo Computers was the only one that was out there that did that, and was on the Linux side of things. Plus, I wanted to try something different. And then I think my next security laptop, when my little Purism Librem 14 over here finally is being replaced. Why doesn't he like this? I think I know why. I'm just not going to say. But I've had a feeling for a while. They sell Fairphone in the USA, but they remove Android and replace it with the EOS, but you can refresh the Android. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of had a feeling, Cheese Bacon. The products aren't bad, but yeah, there were other things. Yeah, I will be honest, it kind of caught me off guard when, I noticed a new person reached out to me. Also, as much love as I've given System 76, they've been kind of quiet with me. But to be fair, I haven't done much with them. But, yeah. I don't know, it's just weird because I feel like they changed their approach with their PR and everything radically, and not in good ways. Yeah, they really haven't done much either. They really haven't. They never got back to me when I applied for a job there. Yeah, I don't get me wrong. I like my System 76 hardware. I still have my Pangolin laptop over here. It's a great laptop. I really don't have complaints with this laptop. But, yeah. I mean, look, if they want to work with me, I'll work with them. But, you know, I still use Pop OS. Don't get me wrong. I still like it, but there were... Yeah. Like Facebook, no innovation. I feel like... Well, System 76 has been talking about making their own internal hardware for so long. And it feels like it's one of those things that, like, new already? Where is it? Like, there's other Linux vendors that make their own hardware. I mean, for frick's sake, Purism made their own hardware, and they're smaller. Your good friend still works on Pop. I mean, I love Pop OS. It's really great. Don't get me wrong. I love Pop OS. I still love the System 76 keyboards. Like, I have the Launch Heavy over here, and I have the Launch keyboard over here. I love them. They're some of the best keyboards I've had. But yeah. I mean, yeah, they make ARM servers and stuff, but... How do you feel about protocols? I think it is convoluted. Sonar was great. Wait, what? What kind of protocols? Hold on. I think I missed a question here. Have you ever looked at the Zero Trace phone, and what's your opinion on it? I made a TikTok a long time ago, and I've been meaning to make a YouTube eventually, but I have, like, so many other YouTube videos that I want to talk about. I'm not a fan of Zero Trace. I'm also not a fan of the unplugged phone. The problem is with them the same thing. Any of these phones that sell you on the idea of privacy and security out the box but don't allow you to review the source code, they're not open source. There's no GitHub or GitLab or Codeberg or any of that for you to review the project code or anything, is snake oil. They are selling a product for paranoid people that walk around and think tinfoil hats are going to keep the CIA from reading your thoughts. That kind of people. That's the reality of it. I've dabbled with actual privacy phones. I mean, that's part why I had the Pine 64 phone over here. The Purism Librem 5 phone over here. Not a huge fan of either one of these. They're fun tinkering toys, but I wouldn't recommend them. And I still recommend, if you know you're one of those people that's like, I want to get a privacy-focused phone, I still tell people, get yourself a Pixel phone, install Graphene OS, or at least Calyx. You'll have the best privacy and secure phone in that regard. There was this guy on YouTube that gamed on the System 76 ARM server. Yeah, I know. There's a couple that's been doing that. Just saw where Framework is a RISC-V board now. $199 1.5 gigahertz core. Let me see. I was interested in the framework RISC-V because I would really like to at least tinker with. Ooh. Deep Computing RISC-V mainboard. I would love to have the idea of a full laptop that has RISC-V on it. Because I want to tinker with it. Okay, this goes with a framework laptop 13. Can I buy it with that? If not, I want to hit them up. So you can only get the Ryzen or Core version. Okay. Let me see if I can hit them up and if they'd be willing to let me make some content with a RISC-V board, because I was honestly waiting for the RISC-V board they had for a while. And I'm a Linux content creator, so I mean, come on. They worked for several years, lived a short life because the ARM chip was outdated pretty quickly, and the support from ARM is pretty horrible, from my understanding. ARM in general is horrible in terms of support. That's why a lot of vendors would rather have RISC-V and optimize that. Yeah, I like the idea of an ARM server, but I'm a bit leery. I've got x86 stuff that's been in use for over a decade. Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, ARM inside of, like the Raspberry Pis or, my little Pine 64 Rock 64 Pros, like all these little SBCs. I mean, I even got, the Le Potato. All these SBCs over there. They're great. But as far as on a server, that's where I kind of go, do we need this? Now, with that being said, Gigabyte, yes, that Gigabyte, the motherboard manufacturer and all that. A lot of people don't know this. They make enterprise hardware. They made some really, really nice rack mount servers with ARM that I was actually interested in for a while. I had to talk myself out of spending an entire bonus on them, but yeah, they do. I like them. I like the ARM and SBCs because for tinkering and everything. But as far as reliable workloads to use every single day, I don't think ARM's it. I'd rather see RISC-V mature for a few more years and eventually overtake SBCs. I mean, ARM. Because I think RISC-V is truly the future. The open source ISA, I think, is where it's at. We just need to get that to mature more. What's your take on Purism Mini V2? I heard they have a Mini V2 because I have the Purism Mini right here. Let me check what they got. Because the one issue I've had with Purism is they don't update their hardware that much. Did they have an iteration upgrade? No, it's still on an i7-10510U unless there's something new. Librem Mini V2. Hold on. Oh, the Mini V2. That's what I have. Yeah, the Mini V2 is a few years old now. They should release V3 soon. Well, the problem is they need to get a new laptop. I still have the Librem 14 laptop. Don't get me wrong. I love this laptop. It's still great. I don't have any issues with it. But I can't justify when I'm ready to replace this laptop with the exact same laptop, knowing we've moved further along. This is still a 10th gen Intel CPU. We should at least be on, what are they on, 13th, 14th gen? You need new hardware. That's where my mentality is, and why my next laptop for my Cubes OS laptop, not saying I'm going to replace it anytime soon, I probably can get another year or two out of this. This has been with me for 2 DEF CONs already. Hope to make it a 3rd DEF CON. Is Nova Custom. You ever get to test that XPNG? No, I haven't. I've been playing with Mesh and Laura, and was playing with my Tangara music player, and then in the next week or two, I'm probably gonna have the MNT Pocket Reform coming in. So I'm gonna have my hands full with tinkering, and then I still need to get this little Librem 5 back up again. Whether I'm gonna do it with Start OS or I'm gonna turn this into a Portainer box because it's just been sitting around. It's a Core i7 10510U, so what is it, 8 threads, 4 cores with 32 gigs of RAM in there and 2 terabyte NVMe. I may as well use it for something. It's just been sitting there. But yeah, as I was saying, this is the company I'm probably going to move. The next laptop I'm going to get for myself for Cubes OS is probably going to be this guy with the Shara core boot. And then, hold on, make sure this is the right version. Hold on, not that one. Did they remove? I think they removed the one I was actually looking at for a while. That's a bummer. That's annoying. Yeah, I think they got rid of I think I was looking at was the V42 or V52. Anyway, the idea is I was gonna get full HD, Ultra 7. You can get to Shara core boot, but I want core boot and heads. So that will actually be able to work with a security key for the anti-evil maid stuff. And see, this isn't even Cubes OS certified. That was what I was waiting for. And that's the bummer because the laptop they had before perfectly did it. But I think they might have been running out of CPUs because they've moved on to the Ultra 7 over here, and I think it was using an 11th gen or 12th gen CPU before. I feel like the year of Linux desktop will be the same time as the year of RISC-V. Well, the age-old year of the Linux desktop. Your opinion on USA trying to ban DeepSeek, even the open source local install of DeepSeek? How can I say this ever so eloquently? The United States government can suck my left nut if they want to take open source software from me. Is that good enough? Like, what are they going to do? Ban code that, happens to be freely available? Like, this is going to be the whole Napster issue all over again. You know what I mean? You wouldn't download a car, would you? Well, yeah, I would now and 3D print it. The problem is, we have so many idiots in Congress, and I'm gonna tell you this. Y'all know I hate politics, right? I am this close to basically saying fuck it, and maybe one day throwing my own hat in the ring, because I feel like we need some fucking tech knowledge to smack these motherfuckers in the face. Because you imagine me, I'd walk in with all my devices and, put the smack down on everybody. Like a lot of the doctors in Congress have to do with the anti-vax people. We don't have anyone with tech knowledge there. Yeah, I know we have Thomas Massey, but is it really that great? He doesn't seem to be doing much in terms of the way of understanding software security and all the digital privacy rights and everything that needs to go. The best answer I've heard of that is that you started using the Linux desktop was the year of the Linux desktop. Pretty much. Tag me in the review you do. I'm interested in your insight. I'll be doing a lot of different reviews. I'll be doing a lot of different content and everything like that. I'm trying to get back into the basics of things, but I'm trying to also focus more on YouTube content. I still haven't made even a penny off of YouTube, even though I'm monetized. But I'm trying to do YouTube content because TikTok, while it's great to get the initial word out there, it sucks in terms of, you know, making sure my videos get reached by everybody. Let me show you an example here. I want y'all to see this. All right. We're going to open up my own profile. Okay? I want you to see how sporadic things can go. I talk about a multi-factor authentication issue with Blue Sky. That was yesterday evening. Hasn't even cracked 7,000. But then, like, it's so hit or miss. Like, this one about me ranting about people saying they're not going to update their phones because there is an optional AI update or something like that that you can turn off. That did well. This little crash out video where I was bitching and moaning. This random video where I just answered to somebody basically saying, no, anonymous isn't, you know, that. But then, like, this video over here about impeachment, the entire process, or, you know, putting your passport on the phone, my thoughts on it. You know, like, it's so hit or miss. And then, like, long before, like, a few weeks ago, most of my videos were barely cracking a few thousand. You see what I mean? It's so hit or miss. And that's why I want to move more towards YouTube, because a lot of my following doesn't know when I make my videos. Well, see, all the problem is when you say repost some of your most popular videos, TikTok penalizes you if you do that. It will suppress them even further because it checks to make sure they're original content. You can't just repost it. So, yeah. But TikTok is just kind of hit or miss with getting me to get the word out there, even on the most valuable subjects. Which is why I want to move more towards YouTube for the longer form content, because I can put a video up there. People can more easily find my content and organize it and save it, whereas to oppose TikTok. We have Elon literally trying to hack the IRS mainframe. I don't know about hacking it, but he's definitely trying to get unauthorized access to, you know, unauthorized access. I don't know if it would be through a software compromise, but more or less it's unethical and possibly illegal. You hear about the Dune case pro scam? I have not. I may have to look at that. Used to be all across my FYP. See, that's what I'm talking about. I have so many followers that say, I don't see you on my FYP anymore. It's been a year or two since you were on my FYP. I have 374,000 followers now, and I have people saying that. It's bullshit. TikTok seems to, like, really favor certain kinds of people over others. And they won't even verify me. I've tried. It's such bullshit, because I've actually been in the news and stuff like that. Why is there only ever one libertarian at once? Ron Paul, Justin Amash, Thomas Massey? Because the problem is people don't want to vote for... People vote for extremes. And I don't mean that as in libertarianism in an extreme. They want Bible thumpers. They want people that, if you're on the right and as a Republican, you gotta basically be the godly kind of person, you know, believe in, you know, all that. It's BS. I would like to see some more libertarian-leaning people up there. Because those are the ones that seem to be caring about national security, in terms of, like, how much access they have to our data and everything. I mean, remember when the whole Patriot Act came up? Ron Paul was the only one that was really speaking up against that shit back then, and look at the mess we're in now. Have you tried to app with Blue Sky Announcer yet? I have not yet. There's a group of people. How does that work? Do your videos get tagged internally? So if some search term, phone AI, and that's what turned over the views? Yeah, pretty much. So, let me show you. I can show you. Let me pull up my actual TikTok phone that has TikTok because it shows the search bar at the top. It doesn't show it as well on the desktop. But if I pull up, there's ways to tag it differently. So like this, talking about Meshtastic, I tagged it into winter boots. It will correct it eventually. If I talk about, okay, this one didn't even, and then some videos, it doesn't even figure out the tagging for it. This is talking about the Elon Musk, Trump administration getting sued. It's literally saying find related content. There we go. But then some of it won't even tag right. Like, look at this. This is why this video is doing better, is the search is thinking of Hank Green, just because I happen to mention him. Like, it's picking up on little terms that don't necessarily make sense. Like, here, let me see if I can find an example. Okay, this one it actually did do right for Meshtastic, but it's really hit or miss. So, like, this video that did really well talking about Elon Musk was because it properly tagged it as Elon Musk. Yeah, the AI is really hit or miss in TikTok. Plus, from what I've heard in my sources who are social media managers, TikTok internally also has what they call the hot button. They can artificially, apparently, inflate a post to get more views and push to people's FYPs artificially. Which is ironically one of the reasons why TikTok is so popular to get your stuff out there. But there's a lot of people that just can't get their stuff out there. I've found a lot of people with really great content that don't get into the algorithm. Whereas YouTube's algorithm is definitely more equitable. It's definitely you put in the work to get the growth. Make sense? Senator Hawley proposes jail time for people who download DeepSeek. The proposed bill would download DeepSeek could face up to 20 years in jail, $1 million fine, or both. Thought the USA was freedom of speech. Yeah, that's going to die in court because we've already determined that code is free speech. You can't artificially just say you can't use it. The reality is the only reason they are fighting against DeepSeek is they are invested in AI companies. And the reality is DeepSeek freaking scared the AI industry because they were making most of their money through people investing money. They're not making money off the actual product yet. They were trying to get $500 billion for the Stargate whole thing and everything. And then DeepSeek comes out of left field and says, we did it for $6 million. And they tried so hard to disprove that it didn't take $6 million. They're lying about that. And then what did Berkeley do? Let me show you what Berkeley did. Berkeley University. Hold on. All right, there, I found the article. So what did Berkeley University do? They made a relatively small R10 model for $30. That scares AI companies. Because the reality is, the value in these companies isn't derived by the product they create. It's derived by the investment that's overinflated. This is the dot-com bubble. This is the modern dot-com bubble, for you to understand. And what I mean by that is, a lot of companies were just getting money thrown at them left, right, and center because you're a dot-com. Oh, suddenly, you are a business and you make a dot-com, boom, millions of dollars just thrown at you. And then that bubble burst when people realized, oh shit, there's not a lot of magic to, having your things online on the internet. In terms of the dot-com bubble, there's not a lot of those people left over, those companies. Most of them failed. A few succeeded, like Amazon, for example. But Amazon originally started as just selling selling books. That's how they originally started. They were a bookstore online. Then they became the everything store. Or if you haven't really built out an FYP, you probably get a lot of those hot videos until you start deep diving in topics. Exactly. Can you explain how training an LLM works in basics and how DeepSeek did it much more efficiently? So basically, I'm oversimplifying this. The better person to talk about this is Yitz. My boyfriend does AI and LLM programming, and he's actually done the AWS ingestions and all that. But basically what you do is you feed a model a bunch of data. But you have to understand what I just said there. You feed a model a bunch of data and train it on that with weights and measures so that it actually weights different things a little bit more than others. With that model being trained, you have to understand it is only as good as the information that it ingests. Just like any computer, garbage in, garbage out. So how DeepSeek apparently did this is apparently they were using not just the information that they were feeding it, but they were also using other LLMs to distill it. So they were using OpenAI and or other LLMs to process the information and be more efficient. This is called distillation. Again, oversimplification, not the major expert here. I kind of just know the concepts of it. Now, the thing you have to understand is they did it in a very efficient manner, the way they generated it, because, well, China doesn't have access to the GPUs that we do. So instead of feeding it the more powerful things, they learned how to optimize the current stuff they had based on the things they had. DeepSeek feeds me a lot of over-the-top trash I didn't ask for, while Bing Copilot gives it to me straight. Pretty much. Yeah. You have a mans? Yeah. I'm bi, I'm poly, which basically means I will stop anything that walks. Looks at glass. Distillation. No, what I think you mean is condensation. But yeah, including a Pokemon if it were real. But yeah, basically, I also hate how everyone calls it an AI, because it's not artificial intelligence. It's just the buzzwordy thing with it. It's an LLM. It's a large language model. It's just machine learning. But an LLM is only as accurate as the information you give it. Now, locally running your LLMs is a huge thing. The reason why I say that is it democratizes the ability for us to do AI and local large language model. I don't know why I keep saying AI, even though I hate the term. In the same way that 3D printing, being able to run by consumers, democratized our ability to have manufacturing and rapid prototyping. And the only thing that held back this massive leap forward in a lot of 3D printing and everything was that Stratasys held the patents for 3D printing since the 1980s. Once those patents expired in the late 2000s, you started seeing all of the RepRap 3D printers, where literally you had a 3D printer, the first ever 3D printer, that 3D printed another 3D printer. Like, let me show you this, the original RepRap. I would love to get one of these just for a conversation piece. Like, I would love to get a glass table with this thing in it. So RepRap is the idea of self-replicating 3D printers. Like, these were the first 3D printers that we had. The first RepRap 3D printer right here. That was the first consumer 3D printer. Look how jank that is. But that's, if it was not for this 3D printer, we wouldn't have the 3D printers of today, because this 3D printer 3D printed its own parts as upgrades. So a RepRap is a self-replicating 3D printer. And Prusa is a RepRap. You have all these different ones. The Mendel Max, the Mendel, the Wallace, the Prusa Mendel, which originally, yes, that Prusa, like a Mark III's, they started with these. And then eventually they got to the Prusa i3, and the Prusa i3 is what really changed over a lot of things. Man, imagine the noise. Oh my God, yeah, these were loud. These are chonky boys. Hell, you even had, like, these little things here. Like, that's a 3D printed 3D printer. Do you understand that? So the whole idea that we could actually 3D print our own 3D printers and 3D print our own upgrade parts. Like, if you look at my 3D printer, a lot of it is 3D printed parts. So is it possible for DeepSeek to code something up to another DeepSeek or better? It is possible. And it's only going to get better. I want you to think of it this way. Today's LLM is the worst it will ever be. Well, it's not the worst it will ever be, but it's... You get the idea of what I'm saying. It's only going to get better from here. That makes sense? So in the same way that 3D printers 3D printed their own better 3D printer parts, LLMs, if done right, will make better LLMs using LLMs. And before you know it, Skynet, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Terminator. Dun, dun, dun. Sorry. As a history major, this is my theory that industrialization gave power to empires, tyrants, and 3D printing will reverse that, among other things. If we allow it to, yeah. It really worries me that states like New York are so short-sighted that they actually want to require you to register a 3D printer because they're afraid that people will 3D print guns. Here's the reality. I prefer dangerous liberty. Yes, some people will probably 3D print some guns and stuff like that, but here's the reality. You can't stop a person from buying a computer and starting to, compromise innocent people's systems. Just because of the potential of what something can be used for doesn't necessarily mean that it should be stopped. I think it's more dangerous to restrict a 3D printer so the next generation of tinkerers, makers, and all that don't have access to the tools in school to better their craft. Because if it were not for my ability to have free access to all the technologies I have, I wouldn't be in my career. Straight up. If it were not for the free access to Raspberry Pis, well, Raspberry Pis came later. If it were not for the free access to the many machines I had, if it were not for the free access that I had to Linux, if it were not for the free access to all the different, security softwares, cryptography, all of that, I would not have the career I had. And if it were up to the United States government, a lot of cryptography we use today would still be restricted by the United States government. Because at a certain point, you could not have encryption beyond certain strengths without being considered military technology. Look up PGP. The whole open PGP, that whole thing in the 1990s. Yeah. Cult of the Dead Cow. All of these different things. Like, if it were not for all these people doing the things that they did, we would not be able to have the security and the knowledge that we do today. Could you be our time, Arnold? It'll be interesting to see how AI will grow. I think it still boils down to the garbage in, garbage out. So in 20 years, we'll discover if you have Google's AI a question about turtles, but that the responses will be wrong. Was it past 16 characters? That's not how cryptography works. You're talking about the password of that. No, I think, what was it? RSA 1024, I think it was, if I'm not mistaken. I'd have to look into the OpenPGP history. What's up, Bedrock? How you doing, buddy? But yeah, the garbage in, garbage out. Now, what worries me about LLMs right now is you have the generation right now, alpha and beta. They're growing up with this technology, and they didn't grow up with the skepticism that we had with a lot of technology. We grew up with the stranger danger. We grew up with the don't believe everything you see online. And there are teachers, I've seen it on TikTok, that are complaining about these students are spreading such misinformation because they're going to an LLM to answer their, ask it their question, and then believing the LLM as a complete, legit, true source of truth. And they need to treat it in the same way as we did with Wikipedia back in the day, and we still kind of do to this day, which is that Wikipedia is a decent source to springboard off of, but it is not the source of truth one should refer to, because the information may not be accurate. We grew up with legit free candy vans. But yeah, cryptography was a very interesting concept back in the day, where it was really seeing that, like, oh my god, they're going to be doing these nefarious things. The one thing that sticks out of my mind, and this is when, the blue boxes, phone freaking. But the thing that sticks out in my mind, and this is what perturbs a lot of people when I tell them I've never liked Hillary Clinton, for multiple reasons. When she was senator, people forget she was a senator at one point in time, she was a proponent for what we call FIPS 185, which was an escrowed key communication standard. I've talked about this in passing. It's a sore spot for me. There was a concept called the Clipper chip. We were talking more about cryptography to secure a lot of our stuff and everything. But the government wanted an intentional backdoor. We know all about government having intentional backdoors. A backdoor for one is a backdoor for all. Thank God this thing never really went anywhere. But they were trying to push at the government level legislation that would require the Clipper chip. And the Clipper chip would have allowed government a key that could be escrowed, and anytime they would need a backdoor system, they would have easy access to it. Hillary Clinton was a proponent of that. Not only that, she ran her own email server that was horribly secured, didn't have a TLS SSL cert on there, so all email going to her email server on Microsoft Exchange, I believe it was 2010, was unencrypted. There were state secrets on that thing. It was such a bad thing. And make this very clear, not a fan of Trump, not a fan of Clinton either. Have y'all ever actually seen the Hillary Clinton email server? Where it was and how it looked? I think someone had a picture in there. Trying to find the picture. It's been so long. Where can I find the picture? It was in the bathroom. I remember it was in a bathroom. It was a bathroom closet. I'm trying to find a better source than all these. Hold on. But yeah, it was in her bathroom. God damn it. I'd have to dig up the actual But yeah, it was all over the place. Of course, I'm only finding it on websites nobody cares about. It was one of those details that a lot of people overlooked. Because they just said, oh, she had her own email server, but they never actually mentioned, it was in a closet bathroom. Which, to be fair, I've seen that many times in business as an MSP. But, Hillary Clinton's email server, the honest truth, and this is why, it was very hard for me to, I'll see if I can dig up the picture and put it in Discord, but I remember seeing it. The problem is, the original places that had it posted, people have deleted their Facebook ever since. But yeah, I've seen PBX systems. I've seen too many businesses put their IT hardware in bathrooms. It is not that uncommon. But her email server was running Microsoft Exchange 2010, if I recall. And it was on a basic desktop. in the house unencrypted. Like, there was no encryption at rest, and there was no encryption in transit. And this was around 2016. To give you an idea of how bad this is, Let's Encrypt came out in 2015. Let's Encrypt already was giving free TLS and SSL certs. Now, needless to say, $300 a year for her was chump change. So there was no reason that this happened. But anyway. Hector Friend's garage. What did you just do? Grab the rolling key? So the thing is about garage door codes is they are not very sophisticated. Garage doors are actually one of the easiest systems to compromise because it's not that hard to figure out the rolling code mechanism. Now, compared to a car actually has a more complex cipher with that, but the average garage door, a very limited set of different things. That's why I don't like garage doors that are electronic unless they have a more modern setup. I'm not gonna say how, but yes, I have managed to get into parking garages many times for free. Not that I do it very often. I kind of just do it to show them the exploit and then park my car and then I show them on the way out. Like, you gotta fix your stuff. Flipper Zero, among other things. I have a question. Why senators and government employees never answer phones? Alright. Let me ask you a simple question. Why do you never answer your phone? Not saying I called you personally. Why do you never answer your phone? Government employees have their own lines. They're also very busy. But the reality is they don't answer a lot of phones because people try to social engineer them. Now, in terms of senators, they have entire staff that's dedicated to actually answering the calls and relaying the messages for them. Now, fun fact, if you ever need to make a complaint to your representative or senator, don't call the DC office that they have. That's usually busy. Call the local office. The local to you office. Those usually aren't as busy. And here's the other cool thing. You often can show up to those in person without an appointment to make your complaint in person. There's nothing against that. So if the phones are busy, feel free to make a stop down to your representative or senator and voice your opinions on different things. What version of Linux do you prefer? For my desktop stuff, I use Pop! OS and Cubes OS. For my servers, depending on what I'm doing, Ubuntu, Debian, or Red Hat. Sometimes FreeBSD. It's not a Linux, but it's an option. Just email with return receipt. Here's the thing with return receipts. You can disable those. You can strip return receipts, and you can also choose to not actually respond with any information with that return receipt. I do that. It strips out. The CentOS still exists. It exists, but it's no longer supported. What are they, Rocky Linux now? But it's a rolling release. It's not that stable. Show up to their house. Speak to them in a calm and respectful manner. Yeah, please don't show up to their houses. I hear it's cheaper to pay the lost ticket fee than the 5 old day ticket parking garage. It can be, depending on the garage you're talking about. Most of the garages I'm at don't have, like, long-term parking in terms of that. So, just be aware of that. When I get my Pixel from the service, I'm getting an eSIM card. eSIMs are nice. They do have their drawback, of course, because, you have to make sure it's installed in the phone, and if you ever reset your phone, you lose the eSIM card, and you have to reinstall it. But the nice thing about an eSIM versus a physical SIM is that if your phone is ever stolen, they can't just pop the SIM card out to turn the service off. If the phone's on, it will ping. My Fold Z is my first eSIM. Yeah, my iPhone was my first eSIM, the iPhone 15 I have. There's advantages to an eSIM, but it's no more secure than a physical SIM. There's no way in Android to lock the SIM options. It depends on the phone. I've seen SIM locks and all that, and carrier locks and things like that, but it depends on the phone. How do I play SIM with eSIM? You just turn on eSIM inside your phone if it supports it, and tell your phone to use that. I'd show you, but it'd show my number. But basically in Android and iOS, there is an option to go in and just install the eSIM and then use that as the primary SIM. eSIM is not mainstream here in Norway. Really? It's not mainstream over in Europe? I thought that would have been like a thing over there more so. Because usually you all are on top of tech a little bit better. Even Bulgaria is what? Using eSIM? I have your number. It keeps redirecting me to my local FBI office. I don't know why. Say hi to Steve. My personal FBI agent. You got Steve and you got Tim. Tim is my personal NSA agent. Just want to give out a shout out to Steve and Tim. Y'all have been very faithful watchers of my streams all the way from when I had 0 followers. I know you were the first two. Thank you to the NSA and FBI. Dude, Steve is my dad's name. Tim is my uncle's name. Hold up. Did we just figure out who Steve and Tim's family really was all this time? Dun dun dun. Musk didn't fire them yet? No, apparently not. All right, I gotta take a pee break for a second, so we're gonna take a quick pause. Might switch over to gaming on Linux when we get back, do some Wolfenstein, kill some Nazis. Seems appropriate with this whole time and everything. We can still talk tech and everything like that, don't get me wrong. But I gotta take a quick pee break. I'm gonna put the BRB screen on. Y'all aren't gonna miss a thing, okay? So, be right back. About 2 minutes. Where's the button? God damn it, there's the button. All right, we are back with GI Robot. What about GI Robot? Benjamin will be prepaid because it's good. All right. Yeah. I think I have some nice beats and everything. Ah, yeah. It's been a long few weeks, hasn't it? All right, so hold on. Just gotta send a message to someone. Had to send a message to my mods. How many words per minute can you type? When I was at my peak, I used to do 160. Okay, so Wolfenstein 2, The New Colossus. You know, I've never actually finished that game. I, like, keep meaning to, and then I get pretty far, and then, like, yeah. But Wolfenstein seems like a very appropriate game. But, at my peak, I was doing, like, 160 words per minute, I think I was doing. It can, you know, but I probably slowed down over the years. Oh, hold on. Before we switch gears, let me make sure the audio works to the Linux box. Alright. I can do 3 words per minute. Yeah? Oh yeah, Dev, and Vampire, if you're there, I should probably send that to Kara as well. Hold on. There's a message to a few of my mods. Hold on. What? I don't have... Oh. Kara, open up your friend requests. I gotta DM you something. It's just to my mods.
Front, left.
You saw it, though, in the Matrix, right? Discord. Unless you're in the Matrix server, then I can send it there. Are you on the Matrix? Hold on. Yeah, it was just, I had to nip that in the bud. See you later, Jatinder. Thank you for hanging out with me, buddy. Happy hacking. Good night. Especially seeing other ESP-based projects going for a lot less. Oh, love your Tangara video. Was looking into one, but the price felt too high for being an ESP. So you're paying for the dev work because it's not easy to do. Yeah. Yeah, just dev. How do you enable friend requests? I think you have to go into your user settings and then there's a setting in your Discord personal settings. I think it's data and privacy. No. Hold on. Oh yeah, it's under content and social friend requests, and then like you can turn it on for like server members or whoever. There you go. Yeah, let me know when you have it so I can send you that message. Yeah, just have I let it go on for a little bit too long. Yeah, let me know when you got it, Kara. Alright, so let's get going. There are projects such as Slime VR who include 5+ individual ESP devices for 250. Yeah, but you have to understand it's not just the ESP itself. There's an amp, there's the design around it, there's a lot that went into this. This actually took quite a lot of engineering. The new laptop has not arrived yet. I'm waiting for it. It's gonna probably be another couple weeks. Discord gave me 3 months YouTube Premium free. Who wants the code? Huh. Didn't know they did that.
Oh, Jeb here is. He's a big fan of DK for ain't Jeb. Music makes me happy. What's wrong with that, Wayne? Nothing wrong with that, Jeb. I like your style, Americans. Very good.
Wait, which way am I going? All right, I'm walking through a little parade, I think it is.
Look at you people, celebrating your own destruction.
Just listen to that lovely marching beat. I'm so happy you can rock and culture.
Which way am I supposed to go? Am I supposed to go around the side street, I guess? Oh, damn. It is interesting how it's kind of like steampunky a little bit, but yeah, creepy nonetheless. Alright. Wasn't this the scene that kind of yeah, I think this was the scene.
Was hast du heute gelernt, Peter? I don't know. Stuff?
I think this was like the scene they had in the commercial.
Please,
Was
have a seat at the counter.
denn
Be right with you.
Sachen?
Man, what'll it be? We're about to close,
Oh,
unfortunately.
it's to go. We'll be quick. Let's see. I'll have the...
Blazkowicz. Special knows you're coming to attack the Oberkommando, but he has no idea you bringing a damn atom bomb. You gotta break him the news.
Hello?
Come on, Peter. Let's go someplace else. But, Mom, we don't have any butts.
Oh! Bitte schön.
Danke.
Good day, ma'am. You, one strawberry milkshake, please.
I guess he's got a reputation.
Hope you don't have a fire back there to put out. If so, I'll come back another time. I'm sure the fire can wait, Commandant. One strawberry milkshake coming right up. Fireman, I recognize your face.
Mm.
Very Aryan face it is too. Are you at a station 1?
Yep. This is on Linux.
Oh, vielen Dank. Now you, show me your identification.
The temptation to like reach this screen and smash that guy
It's perhaps my favorite
in the
American
face.
thing. So simple. Just milk and ice cream. The rest of the menu, however, I think you will need to address. I think it needs to be more German. Yes!
Mm.
Tell me, are you from here, John Smith?
Oh, that's what the name they gave me is John Smith.
What is the location of Station 6?
Mm.
I'm unfamiliar with the station.
Mm.
Speak up.
Kommandant, Sie werden vom Oberkommando verlangt.
War das nicht Zeit? Trink grad noch meine Erdbeermilch.
Leider nicht, Kommandant. Das Oberkommando verlangt,
Can't I just smash him in the face yet? Come on. Oh, my face is plastered all over.
Mein Gott. Oh mein Gott, das bist du. Du! Blazkowicz, shut the fucking front door! Before any more goddamn Nazis show.
Here we go.
Not that I don't trust you, Blazkowicz. There's nothing saying you couldn't be wearing a mask made to look like William J. Blazkowicz to hide your alien space lizard facial traits. So, I mean, the password Grace gave you.
She didn't give me one.
Right. Off with the mask. Show me your lizard face, motherfucker.
Super special, lower your weapon before I break your arm or put your lights out.
I knew it was you, Terror, Billy.
Jesus.
Follow me.
Shouldn't we have, like, moved the body?
So, welcome to Mission Control. I haven't had much of a chance to clean up around here. I'm sorry about that. It's, good stuff. This shit right here. It keeps the signals.
No, we're in the USA.
Against alien mind reading devices.
Anyone looking for an ICS cyber engineer? Let me know. How long you been looking for the job?
Finest cream gravy.
I know it's kind of tough out there. In general. Not just for cyber, but in general.
Maybe I missed that the most. Little fucker.
3 months.
Down here, super special.
Yeah, sounds about right. I got a few friends that are in the same boat trying to look for a few months.
This place to collect all the evidence we could find of the government cover-up. Cookie?
The hardest part is,
Been more than a decade now.
if you don't have a lot of experience getting your initial chance.
Same year, I quit working as a lawyer. In the year I joined the Black Revolutionary Front, after I got Grace acquitted from that murder charge that the goddamn FBI pigs trumped up against her. Anyway, one night, Papa heard something on the police frequency, and he brought me up north to Murphy's Ranch, where we found this flying saucer-like thing that crashed into the ground. And wouldn't you know it, the
Experience,
US
please.
and
Don't
other
make me work
military
for...
swooped in and quarantined out the entire program.
Oh, you don't have to work for them.
Story about a
There's plenty of other options. There's tons of other companies.
line out of their asses, 'cause we made off.
There's plenty of medium to large companies that need cybersecurity people.
Pulled that baby right out of the crash site. Now, does that look like something that came off a weather balloon? This place is where we kept the records and started surveilling what the military is up to. Papa built most of it.
But yeah, it's kind of tough right now.
Was a spaceship.
They're the only place hiring for 88 an hour.
Flying saucer.
Here's the reality. No one's gonna pay 88 an hour
Terrestrial in origin.
for a lot of that stuff.
Drift. It's all fucking connected, man. If you trace the chain of causation, you find yourself in a secret under.
And the reason why Tesla is offering that much is they can't really
Area
Can
52.
you explain how fascists are running the USA? Is Trump their leader in this too? More or less. So basically, this is
In an underground vault.
a fictional situation if the USA lost World War II.
Damn King President Peg himself. Check this shit out. What? Area 52, Area 51, over here, Area 48, Area 50.
Yeah, you may have to actually settle for something else.
Nevada, New Mexico. It's one gigantic complex, and it's connected by underground train tunnels. Look at the picture.
Because I know there's a lot of companies just trying to hire cybersecurity engineers, application security developers, identity and access management, GRC,
Our new masters took over
operations.
They kept doing their own
But-
experiments to further their own
Yeah.
fascist agenda. Look at this. This whole thing is the Area 52 military compound. Up here, it's the Nazi head honchos installed the fucking Oberkommando. But down here below, is a cavernous vault full of all kinds of weird-ass technology. Alien shit. It's all down there. Now, I haven't seen it myself, but it's there.
Well, whatever it is, it ain't
No,
Martian.
okay, all right. Nobody knows for sure exactly what kind of technology we're dealing with, but it's most likely.
Yep, you can find plenty of jobs, but you're gonna have to settle your temper your expectations.
Are you so surprised?
Unless you want to sell your soul out,
Look, I've been
you're
around
not gonna
for a
make
fucking
like
time, and I know a mother
an insane amount of money.
one. Now,
You'll do well,
I'm not saying it's space aliens,
but you're probably looking at maybe
space
100 to 160K a year. Midwest numbers. Could be higher depending on your geography.
And this here fire extinguisher.
Okay.
But if Tesla's hiring, didn't they move their manufacturing to Texas?
I did not mean
So I
to
take
bother
it
you.
Texas?
Grace told me that you know a way into the Oberkommando. You get me in there, I will use this nuke to blow the top brass of the Nazi leadership to smithereens. Yes!
The mic just randomly dropped.
Yes, of course! That sounds...
Both Austin and Palo Alto.
I'm here to help. Papa dug these tunnels to the underground...
Okay. Well, there should be plenty of opportunities in tech out in Austin. I know they're tech related other than Tesla. I think I read Meta is moving their tax place from Delaware to Texas. That makes sense. They're trying to cut taxes, even though Delaware still is more pretty favorable for things, but
This backpack.
yeah.
Your hands free for shooting. All right. Lots of Nazis down there. And other things. Now...
I need to be on Twitch. Okay, on my way.
Yeah. Hey. Stay frosty, Blazkowicz.
Yeah, we got the Discord, the Twitch, the Blue Skies, the Mastodons, the all of that. All we ask for is chill vibes.
Keep going down that tunnel, and you'll end up at the Area 52 cargo train loading depot. Fastest way to Area 52 will be to hitch a ride on one of those cargo trains.
Caroline.
I don't remember
Still got me.
getting this far.
You
Hey,
think-
Cheese Bacon, how's it going?
Without you.
Came back to our Inglorious Bastard section.
Oh, what the hell? They got rocket trains now.
Because we're here for one thing, and one thing only. Killing Nazis. That's right, you just stay there. Take your damn legs out. Okay, so let's see. Oh, hold on. Did I not have... Okay. It's not adaptive. Oh, motion blur is on. That's another thing I hate. Okay. Oh, god damn it. Hold on. Oh, you have to hit apply changes. There we go. The helmet blocking that boy's line of sight. Alright. Shit. I'm low on ammo on that. I got no ammo on that. Alright, let's try sneaking up. How's your hopes and dreams ammo doing? Oh, we got mecha. We got mechs over here. We got an upgrade. A machining pistol. Laser craft work. Let's do that. Yeah, so we got some mechs out here. We got a big fucking gun over here. Alright, if we got a big gun over here, let's see. Let's take a scope. Okay, that's just metal sheet that it's saying to aim against. Okay, they're up top.
Eine Gesellschaft wäre das, wenn ich jeden töten würde, der meine Ansicht nicht teilt. Ein Kriegsgebiet, Karl. Das wäre ein Kriegsgebiet. Zum Kotzen. Übrigens, hast du dich für New Orleans beworben? Na klar. Und du? Auf jeden Fall. Vielleicht sind wir in einer Todesschwadron. Hoffen. Wir arbeiten doch gut zusammen. Ja.
Is that a commander? No, that's not a commander. But we can have a little bit of fun. Oh boy! All right. Time for fun. I'm fucked. God damn it. You know what? We'll just go in guns blazing, because, you know, he tried doing the, you know, nice and easy, sneaky way. We're just gonna go Inglorious Bastards way. Damn it. You gotta make me pull all the way out here.
Oh, what the hell? They got rocket trains now.
Oh, and it took my frickin' upgrade for the laser craftwork. Great. Alright. Got the armor. Let's drop down. Is this the latest game in the series? Yeah, I think so. Oh yeah, did y'all hear that there's a new Doom game coming out? I am so looking forward to the new Doom game. Apparently, like, you're in the medieval age or something like that. Okay. Alright, let's do a quick save so I don't have to run all the way back from there. Alright, so... Where, oh where is my Nazi captain? He's about 30 meters up that way. Okay, that ammo's maxed out. Okay, definitely could use some grenades. Kind of wish the newer Doom games were a little slower paced. When I was 6, when the first came out in 1993, and I kind of missed the feel of those. Same. I feel the same way because Doom Eternal just kind of... I've never finished it, even though we probably should do in a future stream, because it just... It didn't feel like the Doom I grew up with. That makes sense? Youngblood is it's a continuation of this game. I think I have Youngblood, but I think Youngblood was multiplayer, if I'm not mistaken, unless I'm thinking of a different one. Now, I also been trying to get Wolfenstein 2009 working, which is the prequel to the current Wolfenstein, which was made by Activision, but you can't get it. Well, you can't buy it anymore in terms of, like, Steam, so you have the issue of, you need to, locate how to, run it local. I mean, run it with the CD, and it's a little confusing, because I tried doing the whole, like, no CD executable on my abandonware and everything on Linux, but it was just not working as I wanted it to. Because I could get the game installed, I could get it running, but then I'd have the issue of, hey, it's still asking for the CD. That's a single player. Oh, I'll have to look at it. Maybe I just skipped over that game. That's the direct continuation. Then what was the game I'm thinking of? Plenty of armor. Okay. I think I know where he is. He's up here. If I take care of him, then I can go after the rest gung-ho, because then they actually start swarming out, and then I get effed. There we go. Alright, plenty of ammo. Plenty of body armor. Lower the rocket engine. Alright, let's overcharge our health. Come on. Funnel in, boys. You playing the entire series? I kind of did most of the series over Hanukkah. I just felt with the recent events we needed to, kill some more. Alright. Yeah, growing up with Doom, Duke Nukem, Hexen, Blood, Quake, all the Dark Forces games, nothing can beat those games. Oh, absolutely. Okay, there's still got to be guys around here. I guess not. The music just died. This is what it says in Google. Wolfenstein Youngblood is a sequel to the critically acclaimed Wolfenstein 2 Colossus. Game continues, but this the time the players take control of his twin daughters Jessica and Sophia in Nazi-occupied Paris in the 1980s. I don't know how I feel about that. I've grown attached to William Blazkowicz. And the fact of the matter is, all the Wolfenstein games basically center around him.
Okay. Rocket engine is on the tracks. Get inside.
I knew I forgot one.
Oh, man.
Okay. Where, oh, where do I need to enter? Wait, oh, do I need to get up top? What's the name of this year? Using on your phone's a game, looking to flash my OnePlus 60. I don't know if it'll work on your OnePlus, but I like Graphene OS, or at least Calyx. Those seem to be the two most private and security-focused phones. They're basically Android without the bullshit. Alright, there we go. Rocket train! Rocket train! Burning up the
Grab the controls.
You know, this is annoying. I had a heavy weapon I brought with me. And, you know... now I don't. But now I got a shotgun. Bye-bye, motherfucker. Any other Nazi bastards? We are here for one thing, and one thing only. What are the specs of your first PC? I think my first PC had a Cyrix CPU and like I want to say 16 megabytes of RAM or so. I don't know. I was really little. But it was definitely a Cyrix CPU. Different x86 CPU than what you get today. You had Intel, AMD, and Cyrix, and a couple others. I probably fucked this one up, but we shall see. Little too late on that trigger, buddy. Oh, I had a Cyrix too. What an interesting company. Have you seen the documentary? I haven't seen a particular documentary. I just seen the old videos about Cyrix. But yeah, they were really amazing. And then wasn't it Quake that kind of did them in? I think Quake was the game that kind of killed them because it couldn't run it well. Is there... Yep. No. No ammo. Eh. I could have sworn I just... There we go. I knew I was like... I saw something with ammo for a sec. Quite an interest. I don't think I had the shotgun earlier in the game. I think this is the first time I got the shotgun in this whole game. Ah, shit. I am like 1 or 2 shots away from death. That's back here. Here we go. At least we got some armor. Got him. There's a Wolfenstein mecha game too. Looks cool. Wolfenstein Cyberpilot. That's the one I was thinking of. I think it was Cyberpilot. Week prior to Wolfenstein, set 20 years after the event of nuke. Huh. Okay. I'll have to check that one out. Yeah, I've been so out of touch with a lot of the games being developed, but it is what it is. Alright, we got shoddy shells. Took me off guard. There you go. Cool. Got his armor. I wanted to play Cyberpilot, but it's VR only. Oh, it's VR only? I'm not a big VR fan. One, because I don't have the space. And two, I just feel like VR, in a way, is kind of gimmicky. I love the smell of burnt Nazi in the morning. Anyone else for a barbecue? Alright. There we go. There's armor. Don't be such a sauerkraut. Playing Wolfenstein Youngblood to see what's happening in the series? Yeah, probably will. Not tonight. We still gotta do Colossus, and I'm not gonna be on long enough to finish this, probably. What time is it? Yeah, we probably gonna go for, like, maybe another hour or so. The Wolfenstein games are like one of those games that I can just keep coming back and play over and over and over again. Killing Nazis just never gets old.
this in your pipe and smoke it.
And see, it did it again. I had a heavy weapon, now I don't have a heavy weapon. I could have used that heavy weapon. I could have kicked some Nazi ass, but no. And you're dead. Hey, buddy. Got your legs! Okay, so what the hell is doing that? Okay, we still gotta go about a quarter of a click. I feel like we're gonna have to, I'm gonna try to be stealthy just part of the way. Okay, that guy is probably the one I need to take out first. Yeah. Oh, shit. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Shit, out of grenades. Give me the big boy.
Okay, hey man, you need to shove that nuke right up in their filthy Nazi nerve center. The Oberkommando is situated at ground level directly above the cavernous vault with all that alien shit inside. You gotta haul your ass on up there, baby.
I refuse to believe those are the only Nazis. There's gotta be more. Those dudes are like cockroaches. In more ways than one. A package coming from my handlebars for my e-bike. Nice. Are you upgrading or just repairing? Okay, come on. We're getting close to the signal. What's up, Aldrich? Handlebars. Hey, over, tight screws, now handbar. Oh! That's a bummer. How you liking that e-bike? I know you've been talking about it quite a bit. About frickin' time, got some health.
So, you want the Nazis to leave the warhead alone once you planted it, right? Well, what you gotta do is place it in the Oberkommando's nuclear reactor. That way, the Nazis won't be able to track its radiation signature. They won't find it, they won't disarm it.
I'd love to learn more and get my hands on tech. I just ran a page from a post about mesh comms. You mean Meshtastic? Yeah. It's great stuff. You can also hop on the Discord as well. We got a bunch of people in there that talk tech and comms. We have an entire channel just for radio heads that are interested in, whatchamacallit, ham radios, amateur radio, all that. Hi, buddy. Bye, buddy. Say hi to Satan for me. USPS is stopping allowing packages from China. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. That's really gonna fuck up a lot of our supply. And tinkering and everything. Suspension from inbound parcels to China and Hong Kong effective February 4th. This is not good for the tinkering community. I don't have to explain to you. Do you know how much stuff the tinkering community relies on from China? That's AliExpress and all of that shit. I don't think you understand what he's saying. It's not that the tariff's only 10%. They're stopping all packages. Yeah, that's the funny part, is a lot of Trump's merch is made in China. Fuck. Thank God I saved right before I did that. Yeah, Trump's gonna kill this country under his whole thing. Fuck! If I get hit by a car, I'm gonna try and save a checkpoint before blocking hits me. Okay, so... Could have sworn that I saw a dude walk back and forth. Nope. God damn. Why is this area gotta be so hard? Oh. I see. I was too close to the explosion. Fuck! I keep dying in this part. I'm wondering if I go up there and take cover. So what I need to do is I need to take out that guy that's calling for the alarm. I need some line of sight. No, it's the rifle. Where are you? Is he in that building? Yeah, I have a feeling he's gonna be in that building. So, how do I want to handle this? Chief, I'm just looking right now. I just want to say I recently found your TikTok as someone who's starting to learn cyber. Hell, I appreciate your content. You're very welcome. You should also check out the YouTube, because the YouTube is where I have a lot of my content. One sec, I gotta check a message. Making sure. Okay, no, cool. Nothing important. Alright. I guess we're gonna play Pop Goes the Weasel. Pop Goes the Nazi. And... kind of surprised they're not coming in. Here we are. You're not looking the Matrix. What did you do? Oh, you may have found the stickers? What stickers did you do? Oh, that's funny. Oh, I did order some Trump did that stickers. I was gonna plaster them all over the place. Okay, we're doing a little bit better. Ah, good. There we go. Now we got him. Had to hit him from up top. Oh, why is there all this health here? Says the guy as he gets the boss.
Super special.
Time to plant the bomb.
May want to bug out of Roswell before this thing goes boom.
Far out, brother. Far out. I have my guy at City Hall sound the tornado alarm, evacuate the whole town. Look for an exit and get the hell out of the blast zone. I'm almost done clearing out mission control. Meet you at the rendezvous by Galveston. Done deal.
Okay. I guess I gotta kill that dude. Maybe. Shit. Not sure how I hurt my back just standing in the kitchen when bam, it started to hurt. It's called you're getting old, man! Hey. Barack. Do you mind? Pop your motherfucking Nazi head out. There you go. There you go. Good Nazi. You're dead. There we go. Okay, cool. So now we've got the laser. Let's hump our way through. Time to get the hell out of Dodge. Let's see if we can at least finish this level tonight.
Yeah. Keep running, Nazis.
I don't care if you're just scientists, you're Nazi scientists. Oh, they got little rocket ships. Come on. Okay, we got the 1961 recordings. Alright, come on, come on. There we go. Alright. We're out of the Oberkommando. Is that what it was? I like strange sound. Yeah, that's the laser gun. So click record audio in general and I stopped it and then it crashed. It keeps crashing when I try to open general. In Discord or in the Matrix server? Those unicycle things are kind of interesting. Matrix? Oh. Hmm. Okay, so we drove all the way from Roswell to Dallas on that thing. His ass has gotta be sore, because I could not imagine that's a comfortable ride. What's this? Blaskovitz residence? Wolfenstein 2, The New Colossus. We're killing Nazis. Word of the bug? Cool.
Hey, boy. My name's Billy. What's your name? My name's Billy, too, but my daddy says I'm not supposed to play with you. Why he say that? My daddy said that Negroes are a sickness on the community and a bad influence.
His dad was really fucked up and gave him bad,
And they don't know how to read or
You can see why Blaskovitz wanted to kill his own dad.
lazy and way too lazy work an honest job. Well, my daddy did, but my mama say white folks is mean as all get out, and hating and resenting on account they used to keep all colors as slaves, and now they're not allowed no more. And that's why I can't use a good restroom at the fair, and the man in the stall won't let me in so I can buy chewing gum or soda pop. What kind of chewing gum you like? Engine Scout, red or yellow? Yellow. I hate the red ones. The red ones taste like puke. What you got in that jar, Billy? Oh, it's nothing at all. It's for catching tadpoles. What you gonna do with tadpoles in that jar? Just go watch them swim. I feed them crumbs and carrots from the yard. Then they become pinky frogs.
It's interesting how you get the full story of Blaskovitz as he's a kid.
Okay.
You know, it's kind of interesting how, like, games now have this, full story as Now games, you know, I mean old games, so it's just like you get the story from the booklet.
Remember you showed me the ring, Mama? For when I met someone special? Well, I did. And it'll look right on her finger.
Oh, I see. He wants to get the ring for Anya.
Look, the rat fell into my bucket now. He can't get out. Look,
So he's getting all his memories back
Charlie,
to when his dad beat him.
drowning. It's just a rat. He's gross. He's eating our food and spreading germs, pooping in our cupboards. He's dying. He's dying, Billy. He's dead.
Hmm.
Billy, look! Billy! Come back! You done did it, Billy. You saved his life.
Hmm.
Guy.
I see, that was his first crush.
19, 20 maybe. I was 9, maybe 10.
Alright, picked up a little piece of gold. Got a star card. So I don't think there's any enemies nearby because I can't really, aim anything. I'm guessing that's where he buried his dog. That his dad made him shoot. Yup.
This life is a hardship,
Hmm.
It is long, and it is paved with heartbreak. You will be old before you reach road's end.
Oh, damn. She got a black eye because dad beat her.
It will end better than it began.
Yep. That's his dog's grave.
What's the goddamn ruckus?
Annie and Howie, they followed me. They pinned me down. They took my pocket knife.
What the hell is wrong with you?
God damn.
You let them take your property, they're gonna walk all over you till there's nothing left. Now, I gave you that pocket knife. It was in your care. It's your responsibility.
I will speak to their parents.
You will do no such thing, Sophia. Oh, you gonna let your mommy fight your battles for you, are you, boy? Now you go on out there and take back what's yours, and you are not setting foot in this house again until you do.
Definitely not a happy childhood, to say the least. Hmm. Frank and Archibald are troubling you. So his dad basically turned and supported the Nazis. Goddamn.
I'll be in the grave rotting away, and still a better daddy than you.
Hmm.
Nice.
Goody.
Should get to work on upgrading my weapons.
Oh, I got one more. All right. Lots of star cards down here. Let's keep going. I think I need to go upstairs. BBs?
Hey. Son, I have tried reasoning with you. I've tried smacking sense into you till the cows come home, and nothing is working. Every night you wake me up with these noises. No matter how many times I try to tell you there are no monsters in our basement.
No, just monsters like you.
At night, I see him. Clear as daylight. They're coming to kill Mama.
All right. Here's what we're going to do. You take this.
Wow.
Now, you and I are going down into the basement, and any monsters that show up, we shoot them dead, right between their eyes. Sometimes the best way to fix a problem is to face it head on. You with me?
Yes, Daddy.
Sophia, you in on this? You see them?
No, Daddy. The monsters are gone.
Well, I reckon if you do no wrong, ain't no monster gonna come after you, son. You think we scared them off for good this time?
May I keep the gun?
How long he's been away from home?
Place is gone to shit.
Wait, he's still alive?
I ain't been down here in nary a decade. I own a 2,000-acre ranch up by Forney Lake now. I heard on the radio you'd been sighted up near Roswell. I figured you might show up here.
Nothing in this house but bad memories.
So why'd you come? Need a place to hide? You need money? Well, you're barking up the wrong tree, son. Far too late to come begging now.
Ain't nothing you can offer to make up for what you done to us. I think of my father, I see a fuck you and a fist flying in my face.
When'd you ever do right by me? Disobedient, ungrateful, sense like a flat tire, and a mouth like a sewer. Oh, I saw where you was headed. I've been down that hole myself. And I guarantee goddamn to you, I did all in my might to pull you out. What more do you want from me?
wanted you to treat me like I mattered. Like I wasn't some
Do we get to kill his dad?
piece of dog shit got stuck on your
I'm curious. Do we get to kill his dad?
I
Because
did. My
all the scenes make me want to kill his dad.
The truth is, you were broke beyond fixing. What are you, some sort of super killer terror bomber now? You're on the wrong side, buddy. All them years, I was banging my head into the wall, coming to see that everyone was against me. And when the Nazis took over, things got a lot better. You play by their rules, you can do very well for yourself. Ask anyone around these parts. Blazkowicz is a name of renown and respect. Everything you touch turns to shit, and I do
Not new Wolfenstein.
my name.
It's the new Colossus. There's newer ones after this, but I haven't played this one.
Murderer. Run off to the army as soon as you come of age. Broke your mother's heart.
Where is she?
She's gone.
He turned her in because she's Jewish.
What happened is we had a big goddamn war, and now we got a new government with new rules. They took her.
Yup.
She gone.
Mm-hmm.
And what's that queer outfit you're wearing?
What do you mean they took her?
They rounded up all the Jews and the coloreds and the queers. This is a white man's world now. White man's got to keep it Christian.
You sold her out.
So what? Wife made a living bemoaning me and raised a boy into a murderer. Well, I always saw you for what you are.
Yeah, this game hits a little bit too close to home, don't it?
Pound bag. On your knees.
Daddy, I'm your son.
Down on your fucking knees.
Was a time I was scared of you. Was a time I'd have pissed myself, had a gun pointed at my head. You know what I feel right now? Not a goddamn thing.
Oh, damn, that feels satisfying.
I heard everything. Who in the hell'd you call?
She's here. Gotta disable these claws.
God damn, this level's really disorienting. His dad was a Nazi. Yeah, I was reading the letters, and, you know, they lead up to the fact that Blazkowicz is Jewish, and then his mom's Jewish, and I'm like, I put two and two together real easy there. Hmm.
Das ist er. Gute Arbeit, Männer. Das ist er.
Schau, schau. Ja. Oh, schön.
Wirklich. Blaskowitsch.
I can't wait to kill her.
Do you want to love and cherish me till death do us part? Would you like to kiss the bride now? But not before the wedding. Schick mir Schlaf.
Jawohl.
Hmm.
I need you to rest now. While I prepare the ceremony.
You need this game already? Well, it's Wolfenstein 2. You can pick it up on Steam. I've had this title for a couple years. I just never got to play it through. I murdered your son? I'd do it again, bitch!
It's all a show. And I'm the guy wearing the black hat.
No, I say. You will not deny me access to my client. You see this? Read it. I am entitled to confer with my client in absolute privacy. Do you want me to call the judge? You will be looking for another job tomorrow. You hear me? And you let me see my client? Or are you gonna test me?
What's going on here?
Oh,
Hey, like there's an attorney?
this? Take that hood off of him! Schnell, motherfucker! How's he supposed to talk to me when he's got that gag thing covering his mouth?
Not my problem, it stays on.
Oh, Christ! Will you just give us some privacy, please? Oh, you look like ass, man.
Ha!
Fuck. Looks like you're at death's door. Seriously, this is not a good look for you. Anyway, listen, your trial's coming up in a couple of weeks, and after that, they're gonna execute you, and that whole charade is gonna be televised at every living room on the planet. So instead of that bullshit going down, we're gonna break you the fuck out of here right now. It's kind of a risky plan, but the security they have around you is out of this world, so it's kind of the only play we got. All right? I mean, the hoops I had to jump through to get to you, and I'm your fucking lawyer. That pissed me off. Hey, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make like you attacked me, and when the guard pig comes in looking for your ass, I'm gonna sneak up behind him, and I'm gonna shove this little number right in the base of his skull. I'm gonna grab his keys and his gun, and I'm gonna roll you right on out to the elevator, popping Nazis wherever they show up, straight down the garage where Bombati and Anya and everyone else has the getaway car.
Ballsy move, huh?
Ready? Let's get this freak show on the road.
Ooh.
Fuck! That hurts so bad. You don't even know. Let's beat this fucking gag thing off you. All right. Once we hit the street, it's all car chases and flying bullets. They got tanks outside, man. We got some tricks up our sleeve, though. We make it that far. We make it. The hard part is getting down to the garage.
Okay.
Hey! Help! Help! Open the door! He fucking attacked me, man! He broke my nose, and then he got out through that door right there! Fucking Terror Billy! He's on the loose! Stay back. And he had help. They came in right through that door, and they broke him out. It was space aliens, man!
Mm.
Schnitt! Cut! Zimmermann, Sie haben Talent. Sie sollten zum Film gehen, bei Helene vorsprechen.
Guter Schuss, General.
Mm.
Idiot.
I knew that was a bad plan.
He was dead as soon as you walked into the building. Tapferer kleiner Liebling, ich bin dein und du bist mein.
I can't wait to kill you.
Open your mouth. Open. That's it. How does it taste? How does it taste? The gunpowder of the bullet that killed your friend. How does it feel?
This game is such a mind fuck out of all the games I've played.
Oh. You hear that? It's my attack force. Moving in on your friends in the garage. You're so boy. I'm gonna go down there now and join in on the fun.
Anya, my family. Weeks pass, or more. Feel myself slipping away. Got me praying for the end.
For theft and destruction of public and private property, aiding the enemy, torture, terrorism, including nuclear bombs domestic and abroad, and high treason. For gruesome murders that number in the thousands, you have been found guilty.
Only thousands? I thought it was tens of thousands.
It is rare, even for a man of my job description, to come face to face with true evil.
You're the one with fucking swastikas behind you saying I'm the true of you? Fuck you.
Upon you is something as trivial as death. Death, Mr. Blazkowicz. Nothing but swift, sheer death. Bailiff.
Come on, come on, come on. This is Wolfenstein 2: The New Colossus. I mean, because you can never kill enough Nazis. Bye-bye! Oh. Shit! Have you thought of getting a USB controller for your Linux? I got one to play Roblox. I have an Xbox 360 controller I use for that kind of thing. Shit. Shit. I barely have any life, that's the issue. Shit. It's getting tougher through this level. There we go. Come on, come on, come on. Okay, big boy. Eat shit and die. Now let's get laser. There we go. Armor. Where are we at? There we go. Cool. All right. Maxed out armor, maxed out health, and ammo. Let's at least finish this cutscene before we call it a night.
Mom?
That can't be her.
I thought I lost you, Mom.
She's still alive?
I thought I'd never see you again.
Oh, Billy. Life is full of unexpected things. Some make you cheerful. And some break your heart.
I wasn't there when you needed
This game gives you whiplash. You get like warm, comforting moments with mother and son after killing Nazis. Let me go back to killing Nazis.
My heart was being ripped out of my chest when you left. But all hardship is temporary. Do you know this? Most of it is inevitable. I had to stay behind so that you could leave. And now you're the one in trouble. Do not worry for me. My troubles are over, my son.
I don't want to go back out there. I can't do this anymore.
You are strong, Billy. We are survivors, you and I. We keep fighting even when we do not know how. You cannot help but be my son.
I'm having twins, Mama. They're not born yet. I want to see them. I wanted you to see them. I miss you.
We will be together soon. You just have one more hardship to...
Oh, what the fuck?
Warm quilted day.
That was all in his head?
Stolen.
What the fuck?
My cold winds of reality.
Talk about emotional whiplash. But I guess it makes sense because he has it. He lost most of his mobility. This is eerie. We're at the White House. This is the Lincoln Memorial. I was about to say the White House. This is the Lincoln Memorial. And they removed Lincoln.
We would have been so good together.
Fuck up, you crazy bitch.
You're breaking my heart.
The old and the weak are doomed.
The fuck? So what's supposed to happen now?
position. She's dropping it!
What the fuck?
We have less than 7 seconds. Okay, ready, steady, march, bombate. Grab it! Anya, hurry! You have 3 seconds. We need to give his brain oxygenated blood, or it will die.
Answer me, is he alive?
I'm afraid it's too late.
Oh, no.
That was a turn I was not expecting.
Brain activity! Yes! He's alive!
Are we robo-copping him where we put his brain onto a mecha skeleton?
Max is right. We should get out of here. The man ready for transport?
Oh Gott, ist tot. Scheiße. Das ist eigentlich...
That was like 3 minutes. Yeah, I know. It was so fucking weird.
The only person on the planet hard enough to survive getting his head chopped off? Mr. Blaskovich, can you hear me? Okay, so listen to this. Some time ago, Caroline obtained this latest generation biologically engineered super soldier body from a Nazi scientific lab. Very, very impressive specimen. Anila, please show this to him.
Look, William, Seth is gonna attach this to build a connection between your head and your new body.
Anya! Kindler, please, I'm an family. Please come and help me here. Now, these are very rare.
Oh, right. He spliced 2 animals together and all that.
None of them is working, but I have enough material to fix one contraption. You should decide which one you want. You can choose. Blink once for this one, blink twice for the one in the middle, blink 3 times for that over there.
Will compress your torso on activation, allowing you to enter narrow spaces. Using the harness prevents you from breathing properly for long. A metal reinforcement ran through objects, smash doors, battle walker. Smashing shit it is.
Let's get to work. I will sedate you now.
See you soon.
Is this real? Or am I in heaven?
Seth? Seth!
I'm awake. I'm not asleep. I'm gotten you. How you feel, Mr. Blaskovich? Can you move your body? Yes, you can. Show us.
I feel powerful.
This game is taking a hard left I did not expect. It was like, this is an emotional roller coaster. You think he's dead?
Killing Nazis.
If you die one more time, William, I will murder you. Come.
Test the eggplant.
Send them to me when you're done. No, have you seen Getaway? Where's to gesehen? Where's to gesehen? Shim shim. I hear the shim. Mr. Blaskovich.
How I look?
Like a new man, Nicola. A new man. I look at you. I'm so happy you're back. Now, this same thing, Shoshana.
this. Now, you might feel some weird tingling sensation, not to worry, it's normal. But let me know if anything else happens. For example, your head trying to reject your new body, something like this.
Feel the same way, man.
Excellent. Excellent. Now, I have prepared the contraption you wanted. Put it on. Let's see what you can do with it. So, Shimshin, your new body is very, very powerful. How powerful? Well, the ramshackles will lock your upper body joints in place so they will never break. Subjected to enormous forces. What does it mean? Well, for example, you can smash right through this wall. Now, experiment with the training course until you have familiarized yourself with your new ability.
Okay, we got another upgrade. So, laser craft work.
Caroline, thank you. Take back your wings. I don't need them anymore.
Oh, Caroline definitely was overlooking us.
It's remarkable to see you here standing in front of me. It's just astonishing.
Cool. We're using Pop! OS Linux. It's 5950X, NVIDIA 3070, and then 64 gigs of RAM. All right. Well, let's get a new save. All right. Well, it's midnight right now, so I thank you all for joining me. Make sure, if you haven't already, I don't use AMD GPU because NVIDIA works better for a lot of things I do. So make sure, if you haven't already, follow me on TikTok, follow me on Twitch, follow me on YouTube, follow me on Mastodon and Blue Sky. I am everywhere as well. And then don't forget to join the Discord as well as the Matrix servers that we have. So, love y'all. Happy hacking. I'll see you next stream. Stick around for the raid if you're over on Twitch. I'll be back, what is it, Tuesday? Thursday. Thursday's the next stream. And then don't forget, next Thursday, I will probably be out because I have my DEF CON local group. But this Thursday, we will be streaming again. See you around.